Welcome back to another story on Lumus What IIF. This time, we're bringing you, what if Remus Lupin discovered Harry's abuse at age 5 and used ancient wolf magic to claim him as Pack. Your likes fuel our creativity. Subscribe and stay tuned. Here's the story. Chapter 1, The Scent of Old Bruises. The wolf knew before Remus did. That was how it always worked, the animal part of him registering things his human mind was still catching up to, filtering the world through senses that had no polite way of presenting their findings. It wasn't a thought, exactly. More like a pull. A wrongness in the air that hooked somewhere behind his sternum and tugged. Remus Lupin was walking down Magnolia Crescent at 9:30 on a Tuesday morning in July, which was not something he had planned to do. He had planned to be in his flat in Nottingham, eating toast that had gone slightly stale because he'd bought the bread 4 days ago and kept forgetting about it. He had planned to spend the morning pretending to read a book he'd already read twice, and the afternoon pretending he wasn't thinking about James and Lily, and the evening pretending the silence in the flat wasn't the loudest thing he'd ever heard. He hadn't planned Surrey at all. It had started, as most inexplicable things in his life did, with the wolf. He'd woken at 3 in the morning with a feeling like a compass needle swinging hard and locking in place, and no amount of lying still and staring at the ceiling had made it go away. By 4, he was dressed. By 5, he was on a train he'd bought a ticket for almost automatically, his feet carrying him to the station while his brain was still running 3 steps behind, asking reasonable questions like where exactly are you going and why, and have you lost your mind entirely? The answer to the last question was genuinely unclear. Surrey had greeted him with the particular flavor of English summer that was mostly grey sky and the distant smell of someone's lawn being mown too early. The streets were clean and aggressively ordinary, identical houses with identical gardens, the kind of neighborhood that had a very firm opinion about what wheelie bins should look like and when they ought to be brought in. Remus had walked through it feeling like a smudge on a freshly painted wall, his coat a little too worn, his face a little too tired, not quite fitting the postcard. The pull had gotten stronger with every street. He turned onto Privet Drive without having looked at a map, without having known the name, and stopped. Number 4. The house was the same as every other house on the road, the same neat hedge, the same clean windows, the same car in the driveway, a slightly newer model than the neighbors, as if someone had done the calculation and bought precisely enough car to establish status without inviting envy. The garden was immaculate. Roses along the front, not a weed in sight, the kind of garden that required work and showed it. Remus stood on the pavement and tried to figure out why his hands had gone tight. The wolf knew. There was a child in the garden. Not the front garden, the side passage, the narrow strip of concrete between the house and the fence, half hidden by the garden gate. A small child, very small, sitting cross-legged on the concrete with something cupped in both hands. Eating. Remus could see the movement of his jaw, the careful, deliberate way he was doing it, like someone who had learned not to make eating look urgent. Remus stood very still. The child hadn't noticed him. He was maybe 4 or 5, dark-haired, wearing clothes that would have fit a child twice his size, a shapeless gray t-shirt that drooped off one shoulder, trousers rolled up 3 times at the ankle. There were trainers on his feet that didn't match. His hair was extraordinary, black and wild and sticking up in 6 directions at once, the kind of hair that looked like it had never in its life agreed to be combed. He was eating what looked like a bread roll. Dry. No butter. The front door of the house was open. From somewhere inside drifted the smell of bacon and eggs, hot and rich and generous. The child in the side passage ate his dry bread roll with the focused attention of someone who had stopped expecting anything else. Something in Remus cracked. Not dramatically, not with a sound or a flash. More like a hairline fracture running through old glass. He found himself moving before he'd made the decision to move, stepping off the pavement and toward the garden gate, and the wolf was very quiet now, very still, the way it went still when something mattered. The child looked up. His eyes were green. Vivid, startling green, behind glasses that were far too big for his face, one arm held on with what appeared to be sellotape. He looked at Remus with an expression that was purely watchful, not frightened, not welcoming, just measuring. A child who had learned to assess adults quickly and quietly. "Hello," Remus said. His voice came out gentler than he expected. The child considered him. "Hello. I'm Remus." He crouched down so he wasn't looming, putting himself at the child's eye level, keeping a careful distance. "What's your name?" A pause. Brief, but there, just a half-second of something that might have been decision-making. "Harry." The word hit Remus in the chest like a physical thing. He kept his face very, very still. "Harry," he said. "That's a good name." Harry looked at him with those two old, measuring eyes. "You're not from here," he said. It wasn't a question. "No. I'm not." Remus glanced at the bread roll in Harry's hands, at the two big clothes, at the way Harry was sitting with his back against the fence rather than the house, tucked away, out of sight. "Are you having breakfast?" "Yes." "Is that all you're having?" Harry's chin went up a fraction of an inch. Not defiant, exactly. More like a small, practiced bracing. "I had some beans last night." Remus breathed in slowly through his nose. And that was when the wolf gave him everything. It came in layers, the way it always did with him, his senses working in a different register to most people's, reading the world and information that humans filtered out. He smelled Harry properly for the first time, the full picture of him, and his stomach turned over. Old bruises. 2 on his ribs, he could smell the iron-dark tang of them, the particular wrongness of damaged tissue in a body too small to be carrying it. A faded one on his left arm, at the shoulder. The specific smell of skin that had been grabbed, repeatedly and hard, in the same places. The smell of fear so old it had become baseline, so constant that Harry himself probably didn't notice it anymore, the way you stop smelling your own home. The smell of too little food, too many days running. The smell of a child who had learned to be very quiet. Remus sat with all of that for 3 seconds. Maybe 4. The kind of sitting with that wasn't passive, wasn't acceptance, it was the moment before a decision becomes inevitable, when everything crystallizes and you realize you've already chosen, you just haven't said it aloud yet. "Harry," he said, very calmly, "how long have you lived here?" "Always," said Harry. "And who looks after you?" A flicker. Barely anything, but Remus caught it. "My aunt and uncle." "Are they kind to you?" The question landed and Harry went very still. Not frightened still. Thinking still. And then he said, with the perfect, practiced delivery of a child who had been told what to say and had learned to say it, "They take care of me." Which was not the same thing as yes. Remus looked at this child, this 5-year-old boy with his dry bread roll and his 2 big clothes and his sellotaped glasses and his old bruises and his careful, measuring eyes, and felt the wolf rise in him like a tide. This was James's son. This was Lily's son. This was the child Remus had heard about in the weeks after the war ended, handed off to relatives by Dumbledore's arrangement, for his own protection, the blood wards, the sacrificial magic. He's safe, Remus, he's where he needs to be. And Remus had accepted that because he was in no state to question anything, because he was 22 years old and had just lost everyone he'd ever loved in the space of 48 hours and the grief had taken him apart so thoroughly that it had been years before he could put himself back together into anything useful. He had been small. He had let himself be small. He looked at Harry and felt the smallness of himself in those years as a physical thing, and then he felt it burn away. The Pack Rite of Adoption was not something Remus had ever thought to use. He had known of it the way he knew of a lot of ancient wolf magic, academically, distantly, like knowing the history of a war you'd never fought in. He'd read about it in a battered werewolf text he'd found in a second-hand shop at 17, the pages fox-stained and the spine cracked, the whole thing written in the dense, archaic style of someone who took their magic very seriously. The rite was old. Pre-ministry old. Pre-statute old. It was the magic of when werewolves had been their own society, their own law, their own bloodlines, before wizarding Britain had decided what they were and weren't allowed to be. It claimed. That was the word the text had used. Not adopted in the ministry sense, not the transfer of guardianship paperwork, not any legal human process. The Pack Rite claimed, it wrote itself into magic the way a name was written into a Hogwarts letter, fundamental and true, recognizing a bond that already existed on some deeper level and making it permanent. It severed old ties where necessary. It could not be reversed by any magic that didn't come from the wolf who'd invoked it. It made the child Pack, blood deep and bone deep, which was why it had been used so rarely. It was not a gesture, it was not a formality. It was a declaration. Remus had never thought he'd have cause to use it. He hadn't thought he'd ever have a child to claim. He looked at Harry, who had finished his bread roll and was watching Remus with patient, wary eyes, and the wolf said, very clearly, without any ambiguity at all, this one. Harry, Remus said, I was a friend of your parents. Something moved across Harry's face. Immediate and real, cutting straight through the careful watchfulness, a flash of hunger so intense it was almost painful to see. My parents are dead, he said. His voice was absolutely flat when he said it, the flatness of someone who had been corrected for showing feeling on this subject. Yes. They were killed by a very bad wizard when you were 1 year old. Remus said it plainly, honestly, watching Harry's face. Their names were James and Lily Potter. Your father was one of my closest friends. Your mother was one of the bravest people I've ever known. Harry stared at him. I should have come sooner. The admission cost him something. I should have been here years ago. I'm sorry I wasn't. Why didn't you? Harry asked. He wasn't accusing. He was asking a genuine question, with genuine curiosity, and somehow that was worse than accusation. Because I was frightened, Remus said. And grief makes people foolish. And I was wrong. He held Harry's gaze. I'm here now. Harry considered this for a long moment with the solemnity of a judge. Then, are you magic? A surprised breath of almost laughter escaped Remus before he could stop it. Yes. How did you know? I don't know. Harry looked at him with those green eyes. You feel different. Like something's buzzing. Right here. He touched his sternum, lightly, with 2 fingers. Remus felt the hair on his arms stand up. Because that was Harry's magic responding, recognizing what he was, recognizing the bond that was already there, sitting in the space between them like a word about to be spoken. Yes, Remus said softly. I am magic. And so are you. Harry went perfectly still. Your parents were both magical, Remus continued. You are too. You're a wizard, Harry. A very gifted one, if you're already feeling it. He watched Harry process this, watched the careful face do something extraordinary, some held-tight thing loosening around the eyes and mouth, something that had been braced for a very long time beginning, cautiously, to unbrace. Has anything ever happened around you? Something you couldn't explain? Things move sometimes, Harry said slowly. He stopped. When you're what? A long pause. When I'm scared. Or when I really want something. He looked at Remus with the expression of someone confessing to a crime. Aunt Petunia says it's wrong. It isn't, Remus said flatly. It's entirely natural, and it's nothing to be ashamed of, and Aunt Petunia is wrong. Harry blinked. Then a very small, very cautious thing happened at the corner of his mouth. Remus made his decision. He'd made it already, if he was being honest. He'd made it somewhere between the bread roll and the old bruises, and I was frightened. They said I was wrong. He'd made it the moment the wolf locked onto this address and hauled him here out of a sound sleep. But he made it consciously now, deliberately, with full knowledge of what it meant. Harry, he said, I'd like you to come with me. I don't mean today, I don't mean this second, I mean, he paused, organizing his thoughts, determined to be honest with a 5-year-old the way he wished someone had been honest with him. I'd like to be your guardian. Your family. If you want that. You don't have to want it. But I think you deserve to know it's being offered. Harry stared at him for a very long time. From inside the house came the sound of a television being turned up loud, and then a child's voice, older, bigger, shouting something about wanting more juice. The sounds of a comfortable morning, happening without any awareness of the boy sitting in the side passage. Would I have to come back? Harry asked. No, Remus said. Something in those green eyes shifted. Not quite hope, hope was too bright a word for it. More like the first tentative movement of something that had been very still for a very long time. Okay, Harry said. And that was that, then. Remus shifted to sit properly on the concrete, which his knees were already protesting, and looked at Harry steadily. There's something I need to do, he said. A piece of magic. It won't hurt. But I need you to know it's happening, and I need you to tell me if you're willing. He thought about how to explain it to a 5-year-old who didn't know the word werewolf yet. Do you know what a pack is? Like wolves. I saw a documentary, Harry said gravely. On the telly. Before Uncle Vernon said I wasn't allowed to watch it anymore. Right. Well. Remus took a breath. I'm partly wolf. I was bitten by a magical wolf when I was 4 years old, about your age actually, and since then I'm, both things. Mostly human, but with the wolf in me too. He watched Harry's face for fear and saw nothing but focused attention. Wolves have families. Packs. And there's a kind of very old magic that lets a wolf claim someone as pack. As family. Blood deep. It means you'd be mine, in the magical sense, and I'd be yours, and nothing could change that without both of us agreeing to it. Harry thought about this. Like adoption. Like the most permanent kind of adoption that's ever existed, Remus said. The kind that even the government can't undo. Could my aunt and uncle undo it? No. Could they take me back? No. Harry nodded once, decisive. Yes, then. Remus exhaled slowly. He reached out one hand, palm up, offering rather than taking, and Harry looked at it for a moment and then placed his own small hand on top of it, dry fingers, the knuckles a little rough, nails neatly bitten down. The wolf surged. Remus had expected it to feel like something he was doing. It didn't. It felt like something being recognized, like two halves of a circuit connecting, like a key that had always fitted this particular lock, finding the lock at last. The magic came from somewhere behind his solar plexus, ancient and warm and carrying with it the smell of pine forests and old earth, and something that he understood, without being able to say why, was the smell of right. It ran down his arm and into Harry's hand, and Harry made a sound, a soft, surprised exhalation, and went very still. The bond wrote itself between them. Remus felt it settle, felt it become fact in the way that only the most fundamental magic became fact, the way gravity was fact, the way Lily Potter's sacrifice was fact. It didn't shout. It was too deep for that. It sat in him like a second heartbeat, quiet and steady, tuned to the small hand in his. Harry looked down at their joined hands, then up at Remus. Oh, he said softly. I can feel you. I can feel you too. Harry turned this over carefully. Then, you're a bit sad. Remus laughed, sudden and involuntary and real, the kind of laugh that hurt a little. Yes, he admitted. I am a bit sad. I've been sad for a while. But, he looked at this small person, this green-eyed extraordinary child who had just eaten dry bread in a side passage while bacon cooked 10 feet away. I think I might be getting better. Harry considered this. Then he squeezed Remus's hand once, briefly, and let go, and stood up, and dusted off his too large trousers with great seriousness. I should get my things, he said. Yes, Remus agreed, standing as well. You should. It won't take long, Harry added, with a matter-of-factness that broke Remus's heart clean in two. I don't have much. They went in through the side door. The kitchen was the epicenter of the Dursley morning, large, gleaming, smelling powerfully of cooked food. Petunia Dursley was at the counter with a cup of tea and the expression of someone managing a considerable household very efficiently. She was thin and horse-faced and well-dressed, and she turned when the door opened with the particular look of someone about to issue an instruction, and then stopped dead at the sight of Remus. Dudley Dursley was at the table with a plate piled ludicrously high. He stopped eating and stared. "Who are you?" Petunia demanded. Her eyes went to Harry, at his side, calm, not cowering, and something moved across her face. "Remus Lupin," Remus said pleasantly. He was aware of his own voice, steady as still water. "I was a friend of Lily's." The name landed. Petunia flinched as if flicked. "She's dead." "She is. Which is why I'm here." He looked at the kitchen, at the full fruit bowl, the good appliances, the rack of expensive knives. At Harry's place at the table, which had no plate, no glass, because Harry's place wasn't at the table at all. "I'll be taking Harry with me." "You will not," Petunia said, voice sharp. "He stays here." The old man said, "Professor Dumbledore," Remus said, still pleasant, made an arrangement based on the assumption that Harry would be safe here. He wasn't. He let that sit for exactly 1 second. "I've invoked Pack Rite on this child, Mrs. Dursley. I'm telling you as a courtesy. The magic doesn't require your consent. You no longer have any legal, magical, or moral claim over him." Petunia stared at him with an expression compounded equally of outrage and something else, something he recognized as relief, shameful and immediate, the relief of a woman who had been carrying a burden she resented and has just been told she can put it down. She hadn't wanted Harry. That had never been a question. "His things," Remus said, turning to Harry. "Cupboard under the stairs," Harry said, and walked out of the kitchen without looking back. Remus held Petunia's gaze for one more moment. "If I find out," he said softly, "that there is a single child in this house being harmed in the ways that Harry was harmed, I will come back. And the next time I come back, I will not be pleasant." He paused. "I'm a werewolf, Mrs. Dursley. Even without the moon, I have exceptional senses. I know exactly what happened in this house." He let her hear what lived under the pleasantness. "Don't test me." Petunia had gone the color of old paper. Remus walked out of the kitchen and found Harry in the hallway, opening the door to the cupboard under the stairs. He had a moment to take that in, the cupboard under the stairs, with its cot-sized mattress and its single blanket and its small shelf with 3 or 4 broken toys, and a bolt on the outside of the door, and he felt something primal and furious move through him like a current. He kept it off his face. Harry's things took exactly 3 minutes to pack. There weren't enough to take more than 3 minutes. A change of clothes, both of which were too large. The broken toys, a plastic car missing a wheel, a handful of crayons, a small stuffed dog that had been mended with electrical tape. A pair of socks. That was everything. Remus put it all in his own bag without comment, making room. "Ready?" he said. Harry looked up at him. There was something happening in his expression, something enormous and terrifying and entirely new, pressing against the years of careful blankness. His chin was up. His eyes were bright, almost feverishly so. He looked like someone standing on the edge of a high place, deciding whether to jump or step back. He decided to jump. "Yes," Harry said. They walked out the front door into the grey Surrey morning, and Harry didn't look back, not once, and neither did Remus. The door closed behind them with the bland, ordinary sound of a Yale lock catching, the same sound it made every morning for the Dursleys. This morning it sounded like a chapter ending. On the pavement, Harry fell into step beside Remus with a naturalness that felt too easy, too right for strangers. The bond between them was a low, constant warmth, a new weight that Remus was already adjusting his sense of himself around, the way you adjusted to a new heartbeat rhythm. He was aware of Harry beside him in a way that had nothing to do with sight, aware of his mood, of the undercurrent of overwhelm running below the surface, of the careful way he was holding himself together. "Are you all right?" Remus asked. "Yes." A pause. "Where are we going?" "For now." "Somewhere safe." He'd think about specifics on the train. He'd think about everything on the train. He was aware, distantly, that the chain of consequences his morning had set in motion was long and fast-moving and included at minimum one very alarmed headmaster at the far end, but that was a problem for later. "And then I'm going to find us somewhere proper to live. With a real bedroom for you. And a kitchen table you actually eat at." Harry absorbed this. "With a chair?" he asked. "The simplicity of it. The bare minimum of it." "With a chair," Remus said firmly. "Several chairs. More chairs than we need, if you like." Harry thought about this for a few steps. "I'd like a window," he said. "Not I'd like a window in my bedroom, just I'd like a window, as if the having of one at all was the part worth specifying." "A window," Remus said. "Done. Non-negotiable." The ghost of a smile. The barest beginning of one, turning up the corner of Harry's mouth for just a second. He had his father's mouth, Remus noticed. Entirely James's smile, the shape of it. It was a knife to the heart. It was also wonderful. They reached the end of Privet Drive and turned toward the station, and the grey morning opened up ahead of them, and the wolf in Remus was content in a way it had not been content in 4 years, a deep, settled, bone-level contentment, the pack sense quiet and sure, the bond new and blazing. He had the child. The world could catch up. 2 streets away, in a garden several houses down from the Dursleys, a very ordinary-looking tabby cat sat on a fence post and watched them go. Its expression was not, in the way that most cats' expressions weren't, readable. But if you watched it carefully, if you had the kind of eyes that noticed such things, you might have observed it sit very still for a long moment, and then turn its head, and then jump down from the fence and walk briskly in the opposite direction. Professor McGonagall had eyes like a hawk. She also, unlike the other members of the Order who had monitored Privet Drive in those first desperate years, had a conscience. She would have a great deal to tell Dumbledore. But first she sat in the alley behind the pet shop on Magnolia Road for exactly 4 minutes, in cat form, doing what cats do, which is to say, thinking. And what she was thinking was something she had suspected for a long time, and done nothing about, and would have to decide now whether to do anything about. She had seen those clothes. She had seen that cupboard door, with its outside bolt. She had thought, more than once, that the arrangement troubled her. She changed back to herself in the alley, smoothed her robes, and looked at nothing in particular for a moment. Then she took out her wand and cast a quick charm and wrote 3 words in the air that would find Dumbledore wherever he was. "He knows. He's gone." She paused, and then added, in her own handwriting, precise and sharp, "Don't stop him. Minerva." She vanished the message and stood alone in the alley for a moment. Above her, Surrey continued to be aggressively ordinary. The lawnmower was still going somewhere. A postman was doing his rounds. She walked out of the alley with her chin up and went to find a coffee, because some mornings required it. Back on the train, which they caught with 4 minutes to spare, Remus watched Harry examine everything with the focused attention of a scientist. The train windows, the way the seats folded, the ticket machine, all of it received careful, considered inspection. He didn't fidget. He didn't chatter. He sat and watched the world with those measuring eyes, and every few minutes the thing that lived behind his careful expression would press briefly against the surface, something raw and enormous and alive, and then settle again. "Remus," Harry said, somewhere past Swindon. "Yes." "Are you going to be there?" "Always, I mean." He said it flatly, not plaintively, examining the train window rather than Remus's face. "Or is it just until someone decides something?" The directness of it. The absolute lack of sentimentality in how he'd phrased it, not will you leave but until someone decides, the grammar of a child who had learned that adults arranged things and children were arranged around. Remus turned to look at him fully. Always, he said. I told you, the magic can't be undone. I'm not interested in undoing it. You are. He tried to find the right words and landed on the truest ones, mine. In the way that family is mine. That doesn't have an expiry date. Harry turned from the window and looked at him for a long moment. Okay, he said. And then, after a pause, I'm hungry. Remus blinked, then stood up. Right. Yes. Obviously. There's a dining car. What do you want? Harry blinked. What do you mean, what do I want? I mean, what would you like to eat? What sounds good to you? The question landed on Harry like a completely novel concept. He turned it over visibly, trying to access a preference that had apparently never been consulted. I don't, he started. Do you like sandwiches? I've had sandwiches. Good ones? A pause. Not really. Hot food? Crisps? Something sweet? Harry's expression did something very small and very telling at the word sweet. I've never had a chocolate bar, he said, the careful flatness back. Dudley has them. They're not for me. Remus looked at this child, this 5-year-old who had never had a chocolate bar, and thought about what he was going to do to the Dursley household if he ever went back there, and quietly did not say any of it. Come on, then, he said instead, and stood, and offered his hand. Harry took it without ceremony, which was its own kind of miracle, and they walked to the dining car together, and Remus bought Harry a cheese sandwich and a packet of crisps and a bottle of apple juice and 2 chocolate bars, and sat across from him and watched him eat the sandwich first with the focused efficiency of someone who had learned to address hunger before pleasure, and then slow down for the crisps, and then hold the first chocolate bar for a moment, looking at it. It's yours, Remus said quietly. You don't have to share it. You don't have to eat it now. You can put it in your pocket for later if you want. It's just yours. Harry unwrapped it with care and took a small bite. His face did something extraordinary. Something opened up in it, purely involuntary, purely physical, nothing to do with the careful calculation that lived there the rest of the time. Just a 5-year-old tasting chocolate for the first time, and his face doing exactly what anyone's face would do. He ate the whole thing in careful, measured bites, making it last, and when it was gone he looked at the second bar for a moment and then looked up at Remus. Can I save it? It's yours, Remus said again, softly. Do whatever you want with it. Harry folded the second bar very carefully into the pocket of his enormous trousers and returned to the apple juice with deep seriousness. Outside the train windows, England rolled past in shades of green and grey. Remus watched it and felt the newness of everything pressing against him, the reality of what he'd done settling in, the shape of the future rearranging itself around this single morning. Dumbledore would know by now, or close to it. The Ministry would have detected the pack magic eventually, ancient bonds left signatures. There would be conversations, confrontations, paperwork and fury. He was not afraid. That was the strangest part. He sat on a train with James Potter's son asleep against his arm. Harry had tipped sideways somewhere after Swindon, unconscious with the absolute thoroughness of a tired child who had decided, on some fundamental level, that this was somewhere safe enough to sleep, and felt no fear. Only the warm, steady pull of the bond. Only the wolf, settled and sure. Only the deep, quiet knowledge that he would not be moved on this. Not by Dumbledore. Not by the Ministry. Not by anyone. He was a man who had spent 4 years being small, being careful, making himself easy to ignore because it was less painful than being seen and found wanting. He'd accepted that being a werewolf meant accepting reduced circumstances. He'd told himself that was just the shape of his life. He'd been wrong about that. He looked down at Harry, at the wild dark hair, the sellotaped glasses crooked on his nose, the second chocolate bar in his pocket, and made, in the quiet of a moving train in the grey English morning, a different kind of decision than the one he'd made outside a Privet Drive garden gate. He decided to stop being small. He decided that anyone who wanted to take this child from him was going to have a fight on their hands the likes of which they were not prepared for. He decided, and he felt the wolf agree, deep and sure, pack bond burning warm against his chest, that he was done asking permission. He adjusted his arms so Harry's head was more comfortable, and looked out the window, and let the miles stack up between them and Surrey. By the time the train reached Nottingham, he had the outlines of a plan. By the time they got off, he had the beginnings of a list. By the time they walked the 6 blocks to his flat, Harry awake again, eating crisps, examining the streets with the attention of a naturalist in new terrain, he had something he hadn't had in years. Purpose. He unlocked his door and stepped aside to let Harry in first, and Harry walked into the small, tired flat with the second chocolate bar now in his hand and looked around at the stale bread on the counter and the twice-read book on the sofa and the general air of a place that had been existing rather than living in. "It's small," Harry said. "It is," Remus agreed. "I've slept in smaller." Harry looked at him with those green eyes. "Is this where we live?" "For now. We'll find somewhere better." Harry nodded. He walked to the window, the single window, that looked out over the Nottingham street below, and stood there for a moment, looking out. "I can see the street," he said. "Yes. From up here." He turned back to Remus, and there was something in his face now that hadn't been there this morning, something too new to be hope yet, but in the neighborhood of it. "Nobody can see me. But I can see them." Remus understood what he meant. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter had a window. He intended to make sure it wasn't the last thing he gave him. Chapter 2, Wolves Don't Ask Permission. The owl arrived at 6:30 the next morning. Remus heard it before it reached the window, the particular wing sound of a ministry bird, fast and official, the kind that didn't wait for you to be awake or dressed or emotionally prepared. It tapped the glass once, sharp and imperious, and then again, because it was a ministry owl and it had a schedule. Harry was asleep on the sofa, which he'd insisted on despite Remus offering the bed. He'd inspected both options with the gravity of a surveyor and announced that the sofa was fine, and when Remus had pressed, he'd admitted, quietly, that he'd never slept in a proper bed and would prefer to work up to it. He'd taken the blanket Remus offered and folded himself into the sofa cushions with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd made the best of worse, and had been asleep in under 3 minutes. Now he stirred at the owl's tapping, eyes opening immediately, not the slow surfacing of a child waking safely, but the instant alertness of one who'd learned that sounds in the night required fast assessment. "It's all right," Remus said from the kitchen doorway, already moving to the window. "Just an owl." Harry sat up and watched with sharp interest as Remus opened the window and the barn owl swept in, landed on the counter, and stuck out its leg with the self-important air of a government employee delivering a summons. Which was, Remus noted, exactly what it was. He untied the scroll and the owl helped itself to a biscuit from the counter, Remus's biscuits, which it ate without asking, and then flew back out the window. Harry tracked every movement. The scroll was ministry-headed. Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Werewolf Registry Division. Remus's name and address at the top. He unrolled it. "Mr. Lupin, it has come to the attention of this department that a Pack Rite of Adoption was invoked yesterday morning, the 23rd of July, 1985, at approximately 9:47 a.m., in the non-magical residential area of Little Whinging, Surrey. As you will be aware, Pack rights are classified under Schedule 7 of the Magical Creatures Governance Act 1932 as requiring prior ministry approval before invocation. Your failure to obtain this approval constitutes a Category 2 breach. Furthermore, it is understood that the subject of this right is a minor of considerable magical significance, namely Harry James Potter, D.O.B. July 31, 1980, Ward of Muggle relatives under protective arrangement sanctioned at the highest level. You are required to present yourself at the Ministry of Magic, Level 2, Room 9, at 10 a.m. on Thursday, July 25, to discuss the immediate dissolution of the aforementioned bond and the return of the minor to his sanctioned guardians. Failure to present yourself will result in. Remus stopped reading. He rolled the scroll back up, set it on the counter, and put the kettle on. Bad news? Harry asked from the sofa. He'd pulled the blanket around his shoulders and was watching Remus with those careful eyes. The ministry wants me to come in for a meeting. What's the ministry? The government. For the magical world. Remus got 2 mugs down. They want to talk about the pack bond. Are you going to go? Remus considered this. No, he said. Harry blinked. Then something happened at the corner of his mouth. Okay. They'll send more letters. Can you ignore those 2? For a while. Remus spooned tea into the pot. Eventually someone will come in person. That'll be a more interesting conversation. Harry thought about this. Are you scared of them? No. He said it simply, because it was true. He was aware that it probably should have felt more complicated than that, but it didn't. The wolf was settled and sure, and the bond sat warm in his chest, and the ministry could send all the owls they liked. Are you? Harry shook his head. Good. Remus poured the water. Do you want toast? Yes, please. It was the please that caught him, every time, automatic, reflexive, the politeness of a child who'd learned very young that manners were a form of protection. He'd say it again for the milk and again when Remus handed him the plate, and Remus would note each one and say nothing and keep making toast. They'd work on it. There was time. He'd just put the bread in when the second owl arrived. This one he recognized before it cleared the window, a large, imperious eagle owl, feathers immaculate, flying with the bearing of something that knew its sender was important. It landed on the windowsill and regarded Remus down its beak. He knew who it was from before he opened the letter. Remus, I think you know why I'm writing. Come to Hogwarts today. This afternoon if possible. Come alone, I'll have tea ready, and we can discuss this quietly, before it becomes a matter that requires less quiet discussion. I'm not angry, my boy. I'm concerned. There are things you don't know about the arrangement, and I'd like you to understand them before any irreversible decisions are made. Albus. Remus read this one twice. Before any irreversible decisions are made. He almost laughed. The irreversible decision had been made approximately 22 hours ago and was currently eating toast on his sofa and asking whether it was true that owls could find anyone anywhere or only people they knew. He turned to the eagle owl. Tell him I'll be there at 2, he said, and the owl, apparently satisfied with this, turned and left. Harry watched it go. Was that from Professor Dumbledore? Remus looked at him. How did you know about Dumbledore? Aunt Petunia used to say his name when she was upset, Harry said, with perfect matter-of-factness. She said it like swearing. Not a swear word, but, the same way. Like it tasted bad. He finished his toast. He's the one who left me there, isn't he? There was no accusation in it. Just a clear-eyed assessment. He arranged for you to go to your aunt and uncle, yes, Remus said carefully. He believed it was for your protection. Oh. Harry looked at his empty plate. Did he know what they were like? The question sat in the room. Remus didn't answer immediately, because he didn't know the answer, and he'd learned in his life that not knowing something was better acknowledged than papered over. I don't know, he said honestly. I intend to find out. Harry nodded. That was enough for him, apparently. He slid off the sofa and brought his plate to the kitchen without being asked, and Remus watched him do it and thought, 4 years old. He's been clearing up after himself since he was 4 years old. And then he thought, stop cataloging it. Just be here. I need to go to Hogwarts this afternoon, Remus said. Would you like to come, or would you prefer to stay here? The question surprised Harry visibly, the being asked rather than told. He thought about it. I'll come, he said. I want to see what a castle looks like. It looks like a castle, Remus said. But the inside is better. Harry accepted this. The morning passed in a kind of careful domesticity that Remus was entirely unprepared for. Harry didn't require much entertaining. He found things to do with a self-sufficiency that was impressive and heartbreaking in equal measure. He spent an hour examining Remus's books with the focused attention of someone who'd had very little access to them, pulling them out carefully and reading the titles and putting them back. He found a book on magical creatures and went very quiet with it at the kitchen table, reading with his finger under the lines, occasionally looking up to check Remus was still there. Remus graded old essays. He wasn't currently employed, hadn't been, for 8 months, since the warehouse job in Manchester had let him go on a thin pretext that meant someone told them what you are, but he had a habit of keeping his mind occupied with things that resembled work. He graded the essays badly, because most of his attention was on Harry. At 11, Harry looked up from his book and said, "Remus." "Yes. It says here that werewolves are controlled by the moon and attack humans and can't be around children because they're dangerous." He said it without particular emotion, just presenting the information. Remus set down his red pen. "What do you think about that?" Harry considered. "I think you were fine last night," he said, "and you were fine this morning. And you're being nice. So either the book is wrong or you're different." "The book isn't entirely wrong," Remus said. "Around the full moon I do change, and during the change I'm, yes, dangerous. But I take a potion that keeps my mind during the transformation, which means I'm not a danger to anyone, only to myself. The rest of the time I'm as human as anyone." Harry processed this. "When's the next full moon?" 11 days. "What happens then?" "I change form. It takes a while and it's not particularly comfortable, and I spend the night as a wolf, and in the morning I'm tired and sore." He kept it simple and honest. "I'll need someone to look after themselves that night." Harry nodded slowly. "I can do that," he said. "I know you can." Remus picked up his pen again. "I'll also arrange for someone to be with you. You won't be alone." Harry went back to his book, apparently satisfied. After a moment, "I don't think you're dangerous." "Thank you," Remus said. "I appreciate that." "You're welcome," Harry said, with his automatic politeness, not looking up. They ate lunch, actual lunch, proper soup and bread that Remus went out for while Harry stayed in the flat and watched from the window, which he'd established as a favorite position, and then Remus got them both ready to go. This involved Harry putting on his least enormous shirt and Remus spending a brief, futile minute attempting to do something about Harry's hair, which immediately reasserted its preferred state of absolute chaos. "Sorry," Harry said, touching it. "Don't be. It's your father's hair exactly." He said it as a compliment and watched the way it landed, the brief, fierce brightness in Harry's eyes. He could never do anything with it either. "Your mother used to say it had its own opinions." Harry touched his hair again, differently this time. "Did she?" he said. "Definitely. Very strong ones." They apparat to the gates of Hogwarts, which Remus managed one-handed with Harry tucked against his side. He'd apparat with passengers before and the disorientation was always a little worse for them than for him, but Harry surfaced from it blinking and said "oh" and then looked at the castle above them with his mouth open. "It's big," he said. "It is. Harry searched for the word, tilting his head back to take in the towers. "It's real. Very real. You'll go to school here in 6 years." Harry looked at this with an expression that Remus couldn't quite read, something layered and complicated, 6-year-old wonder mixed with something older. "Will I be good at it?" he asked. "Magic? School?" Remus looked at the child who'd spent an hour reading a textbook for pleasure on his first morning of freedom. "Yes," he said. "I think you'll be excellent." The gates opened for them, recognized Remus's magical signature, old enough that he was still on the approved list, and they walked up through the grounds in the afternoon warmth, Harry walking slightly apart from Remus in the focused, observant way he had, taking in the lake and the trees and the Ollery with the same systematic attention he gave everything. He asked questions in short bursts and listened to the answers completely. Dumbledore's office was up the moving staircase, which Harry navigated with the pure, unaffected delight of a child encountering something genuinely wonderful for the first time, grabbing the railing and letting it carry him, grinning briefly and brilliantly before the careful expression reassembled itself. Remus knocked. "Come in," said Dumbledore. The office was as it always was, circular, warm, occupied by portraits of sleeping headmasters, filled with the soft mechanical sounds of the various silver instruments that cluttered every surface. Fawkes was on his perch by the window, and when they came in he lifted his head and made a low, musical sound, and Harry stopped walking. He stared at Fawkes. Fawkes stared back. Then the phoenix spread one wing slightly, a gesture of acknowledgement, and made the sound again, and Harry's face did the thing again, the opening, the brief unguarded moment, before he got it under control. "Extraordinary," Dumbledore said quietly. He was behind his desk, half-moon spectacles in place, the long white beard and the twinkling blue eyes and the whole considerable presence of him arrayed in the chair. He was looking at Harry with an expression that Remus couldn't fully read, something that was genuine fondness, genuine regret, and something else underneath both that he didn't entirely trust. "Harry," Dumbledore said warmly. Harry looked at him with his measuring eyes. "Hello," he said. "My name is Albus Dumbledore. I knew your parents very well." "I know who you are," Harry said, with the flat courtesy of someone who had heard his name used as profanity. "You're the one who decided where I lived." A brief silence. "I am," Dumbledore said. "Why don't you sit down? There are biscuits, if you'd like some." He gestured to the plate on the desk. Harry looked at the biscuits and then at Remus. "Go ahead," Remus said. Harry took 2 biscuits and sat in one of the chairs facing the desk, and held the biscuits in his lap and looked at Dumbledore with the patience of someone who was prepared to wait for the actual conversation to start. Dumbledore looked at Remus. "Sit down, Remus." Remus sat. "Tea?" "No thank you." Dumbledore poured his own tea with the unhurried movements of a man who used pace as a tool. He was good at this, the warmth, the deliberateness, the sense of being in the presence of someone who had time for you specifically. Remus had grown up admiring it. He still admired it. He also recognized it for what it was, and wasn't moving. "I imagine," Dumbledore said, "that you'd like to explain yourself." "Not particularly," Remus said. "I'd like you to explain yourself, actually. But I'll go first if you want." He kept his voice even. No anger, no performance. Just straightforward. "I went to Privet Drive yesterday morning. I found Harry eating dry bread in the side passage while his cousin had a cooked breakfast inside. He had old bruises on his ribs and his shoulder. He was wearing his cousin's cast-off clothes. He was sleeping in the cupboard under the stairs. The cupboard with a bolt on the outside. He watched Dumbledore's face through this. I invoked the Pack Rite. We left. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "I know what you found," he said. "And I want you to know that it was never, did you know?" The directness of it. Dumbledore looked at him over his spectacles. "I suspected," Dumbledore said, "that the circumstances were not ideal." "Not ideal," Remus repeated. "The blood wards, Remus, the blood wards are gone," Remus said. "The Pack Rite superseded them. They were tied to the guardianship, and the guardianship transferred." He leaned forward slightly. "Which means the protection argument is finished. And since that was the entire foundation of the arrangement, I'd like to know what case you're going to make for sending him back." Something shifted behind Dumbledore's eyes. The warmth was still there, but something underneath it realigned, the chess player surfacing. "The Pack Rite was not registered," he said. "The Ministry will want, the Ministry can want whatever it likes." Remus. "No." He said it quietly, without heat, and it landed absolutely. "I'm not arguing with you about this. I'm telling you how it is. Harry is mine. That's permanent. What I'm willing to do is have a conversation with you about how we move forward cooperatively, about what Harry needs, about his education, about his safety. What I'm not willing to do is sit here while you find angles on a situation that doesn't have angles." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Then he looked at Harry, who had eaten both biscuits and was watching the exchange with the careful, complete attention of a child taking notes. "Harry," Dumbledore said, "are you happy to be with Remus?" "Yes," Harry said. No hesitation. No performance. "You understand that he's a werewolf?" "That there are, he told me," Harry said. "He told me everything. Straight." He looked at Dumbledore with those green eyes. "You didn't." Another silence. Dumbledore took off his spectacles and cleaned them, which was a very good performance of a man who needed to clean his spectacles. When he put them back on, something in his expression had changed, not defeat, not capitulation, but something more complicated. Something that might have been genuine emotion. "No," he said. "I didn't." "Why not?" Dumbledore looked at this 5-year-old, this child who cut straight to it every time, who had apparently decided that he was done with anything that wasn't direct. "Because I thought it was kinder not to burden you," he said. "And because I thought the arrangement was safer." I may have been wrong about the arrangement. May have been. Remus noted it. "I'd like you to understand," Dumbledore continued, turning back to Remus, "that there are things at stake that go beyond Harry's immediate well-being. There is a prophecy. There are forces that will." "I know about the prophecy," Remus said. Dumbledore stopped. "James told me." "Not all of it," he didn't know all of it. "But enough." He held Dumbledore's gaze. "And I want to be very clear about something. If you're about to tell me that Harry needs to be kept ignorant, kept isolated, kept in a specific psychological condition to fulfill some function in a war that may or may not happen, then we're done talking. Because that's not protection. That's preparation. And I won't prepare a child for a war like he's a weapon." The portraits on the walls had stopped pretending to be asleep. Dumbledore was very still. "He needs to grow up," Remus said. "Loved. Educated. Capable. Angry enough to fight if he has to and grounded enough to know what he's fighting for. That's what I intend to give him." He paused. "I'm also willing to work with you on the rest of it, on keeping him safe, on preparation, on everything that matters. But not as someone you're managing. As his father." The word landed in the room like something dropped from a height. Harry looked at Remus. His face was very still. Something enormous was moving underneath it. Dumbledore looked between them, and for just a moment the chess player was gone and there was something older and more human in his face, a man who had lived long enough to have made many careful decisions and was wondering, perhaps, whether the sum of them was what he'd intended. "Very well," he said quietly. "We'll do it your way." "Not my way," Remus said. "Harry's way." Another silence. Dumbledore turned to Harry. "Might I ask what you'd like, Harry?" Harry thought about this seriously. "To learn things," he said. "To have a home. And not to be sent somewhere I don't want to go." He looked at Dumbledore with those direct green eyes. "Not again." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Then you have my word," he said, "that I will not attempt to override your guardian's decisions without his knowledge and agreement." He paused. "I can't promise that I won't disagree. I'm afraid disagreement is something of a habit with me." "That's all right," Harry said. "Remus disagrees with me too. About bedtime." The portraits actually laughed. Two of them. Dumbledore's expression did something complicated that was trying very hard not to be amusement and failing. Remus exhaled. They stayed another hour. Dumbledore, who was too old and too clever not to adapt, shifted from damage control to genuine conversation, asking Harry questions, listening to the answers, showing him the pensieve and two of the more interesting instruments on his desk, and watching with the close attention of a man recalibrating. Harry asked questions back, pointed and curious, and by the time they left some genuine rapport had taken root between the old man and the small boy, the beginning of something that wasn't simple and wouldn't be, but was at least real. On the moving staircase going down, Harry said, "He's very clever." "One of the cleverest people alive," Remus agreed. "He wanted to win," Harry said. "Yes. But he didn't," Harry said, with a calm certainty that was entirely James Potter. "No," Remus agreed. "He didn't." Harry looked thoughtful. "He wasn't angry though. He respects directness. Even when he doesn't like where it lands." Remus stepped off the staircase. "And he does care. I want you to know that. He cares about you. He's a man who cares about a lot of things at once, and he's been making the decisions about how to balance them for so long that he forgets to ask." Harry considered this. "Maybe he should ask more," he said. "Maybe he should," Remus agreed. The ministry's response came Thursday, not the old summons, which Remus had declined to answer, but in person. Two of them, both from the Werewolf registry, appearing at the flat door at 9 in the morning with the clipped authority of bureaucrats who expected compliance. They were polite. They were firm. They explained the registration requirements, the approval process, the considerable legal implications of an unregistered pack rite involving a minor of significant magical status. Remus listened to all of it on the doorstep, with Harry behind him in the kitchen eating porridge and reading, and when they finished he said, "Show me the statute." The senior official blinked. "I beg your pardon. Schedule 7 of the Magical Creatures Governance Act 1932. Show me the actual text." A pause. The official produced a roll of parchment. Remus read it, standing on the doorstep, with a thoroughness that made the officials visibly uncomfortable. "The prior approval requirement," he said, "applies to pack rights invoked under circumstances of elective adoption. That's Section 7.4. He looked up. Section 7.1, which predates 7.4 by 3 centuries and has never been repealed, states that a pack right invoked in response to a direct threat to a pack-eligible minor supersedes all registration requirements and is binding from the moment of invocation. He handed the parchment back. Harry Potter was in danger. The threat wasn't hypothetical, I observed it directly. The right was invoked in response to an immediate safeguarding situation. Section 7.1 applies. The officials exchanged a look. "We would need to review it," Remus said pleasantly. "In the meantime, the bond stands, the guardianship is mine, and I'd like very much to get back to my morning." He closed the door. He stood in the hallway for a moment, aware of his own heartbeat, steady, unhurried, nothing like the man who'd spent 4 years flinching at official correspondence. "Remus?" Harry called from the kitchen. "All fine," he called back. "Do you want more porridge?" "Yes please." He went to make it. The officials did review it. Section 7.1 was exactly what Remus had said it was, and there was no precedent for overturning a protective pack right, and the Werewolf registry sent a much shorter letter the following Monday acknowledging the bond and noting, in aggrieved official language, that it was being logged in the registry under the Emergency Provisions Clause. Remus filed it. He had a file now, which he kept in the kitchen drawer. It was going to be a thick file. What he hadn't anticipated, or rather, hadn't given enough thought to, was Fenrir. The sign came on the 3rd day. He'd taken Harry to Diagon Alley, which was its own complicated project, finding a glamour that would keep Harry unrecognized in public without making him uncomfortable, managing the stares that Remus attracted just by existing in wizarding spaces, and navigating Harry's first real exposure to the magical world without overwhelming him. Harry had handled this last part extraordinarily well, receiving each new thing, Gringotts, the owls, the moving pictures, a self-stirring cauldron in a shop window, with the same focused, cataloging attention he gave everything. But it was outside flourish and blots that the smell hit him. Not Harry's smell, the signature of another werewolf, recent, deliberate. Left at nose height on the stone wall beside the shop, the way a wolf left markers. Not aggressive. Exploratory. I know you're here. I know what you did. I'm watching. Remus kept moving. He didn't slow down, didn't change his expression. He put his hand briefly on Harry's shoulder, steering him past, and said, "There's a bookshop here. Your father used to buy most of his books here." Harry immediately wanted to go in. He let himself be redirected by Harry's enthusiasm and the perfectly timed arrival of a display of books on magical creatures in the window, and he registered the smell of the marker as he passed it, reading it the way you read a note slid under a door. Fenrir Greyback's pack. Not Fenrir himself, the scent signature was a lieutenant's, lower in the hierarchy. Scouting. Fenrir had felt the pack right. Ancient magic left ripples, and Fenrir was old and sensitive and deeply invested in the politics of werewolf packs in Britain. Remus invoking a right, establishing himself as a pack alpha, which was what the right technically made him, even with a pack of 2, was a declaration, whether he'd intended it as one or not. He bought Harry 3 books, a new pack of crisps from the apothecary next door because it also had a small food section, and thought about Fenrir Greyback all the way home. In the flat that evening, with Harry asleep on the sofa, he'd graduated from the single blanket to the good pillow from Remus's bed, which he'd accepted without comment but had tucked carefully under his head with both hands. Remus sat at the kitchen table and wrote 3 letters. The first was to Dumbledore. Short. Greyback's people were in Diagon Alley today. They know about the right. We should talk about this separately, not in front of Harry, not yet. The second was to a werewolf woman named Cara Aldridge, who lived in Wales and had been pack neutral for years and was one of the most formidably intelligent people Remus had ever met. She'd written to him once, 2 years ago, asking if he was ever going to do anything with himself. He'd never replied. He wrote now, "I've invoked a pack right. I could use someone who knows the old protocols. Are you available?" The third letter was harder. He sat with the blank parchment for a while, listening to the sound of the street outside, and the quiet sound of Harry breathing from the sofa, and tried to figure out how you wrote a letter to someone who might not be who everyone had said he was. Because that was the thing he'd been circling around since the morning on the train, since the steady logic of it had started working through him without his permission. Because Peter had been secret keeper. Because Peter was dead, or had been presumed dead. Because Sirius had been arrested at the scene. Because none of them, not Remus, not Dumbledore, not anyone, had ever asked Sirius, in a room without a Dementor, with his full mind intact, what had actually happened. They'd assumed. In grief and chaos and the first screaming days after Voldemort fell, they'd assumed. The evidence had pointed and they'd followed it, and Sirius had been in Azkaban for 4 years. Remus put his pen down. He was not ready to write that letter yet. He didn't know who he'd address it to, or whether it would get through, or what he was even asking. He needed more before he could do anything with this thread. He needed to think. He needed, he realized, a lawyer. He folded the 2 completed letters and set them by the window for the owls in the morning, and then sat in the quiet and looked at Harry. The chocolate bar was on the side table. The second one, still wrapped, still saved from the train. Harry had taken it out of his pocket when they came home that first night and placed it carefully on the edge of the sofa, and it had migrated to the side table, and had been there since. Remus had not commented on it. It wasn't being saved because he planned to eat it later. It was being saved because it was his. Because it was something that had been given to him, that no one could take, that was simply there in the space where he lived. Remus looked at it for a long time. Then he went to bed, and stared at the ceiling, and listened to the bond between him and the sleeping child in the next room, steady and warm and permanent, and slept better than he had in years. Friday morning brought rain, and Harry at the kitchen table with a piece of paper and the crayons from his bag, drawing something with total concentration. Remus made more actions request aborted. Write the next chapter now. Chapter 3, The Boy Who Ate Everything. Friday morning brought rain, and Harry at the kitchen table with a piece of paper and the crayons from his bag, drawing something with total concentration. Remus made tea, watched the rain streak the window, and did not look at what Harry was drawing until Harry pushed the paper across the table without comment. It was a wolf. Not a frightening one, a large, dark wolf sitting in what appeared to be a forest, rendered in brown and black crayon with the careful, slightly stiff lines of a child who was drawing from imagination rather than memory. But the proportions were good. The posture was right, weight forward, head up, attentive. Around the wolf, smaller and close, a stick figure with wild hair and round glasses. Harry was watching him look at it. "That's us," Harry said, helpfully. Remus set his mug down. "It's very good." "The wolf is better than the person," Harry admitted. "I'm not good at people yet." "Yet." Remus looked at the drawing again. The small figure had both hands up, like it was in the middle of saying something. "What's the person doing?" Harry considered. "Talking," he said. "Probably." "Sounds right." Remus propped it against the wall where the window light hit it. "I'm keeping this." Harry gave a small shrug that meant he was pleased. The rain kept up all morning, which was fine, because they had things to do indoors. Kara Aldridge had replied overnight, a single short line in her neat, slanted handwriting, about time. "I'll be there at noon." Remus had read it with something between relief and the particular nervousness of a man who has reached out to someone capable and is now wondering if he's ready for capable. He tidied the flat, which was not a short project, and explained to Harry that someone was coming to visit. "Who is she?" Harry asked. "A werewolf. A friend. She knows a great deal about pack magic and old protocols, she'll be helpful." He paused. "She might seem a bit direct." Harry looked at him. "I like direct," he said. "Yes," Remus said, stacking books. "I thought you might." Kara arrived at noon exactly, which was the only way she arrived at anything. She was a Welsh woman in her 40s, compact and sharp-eyed, with close-cropped grey hair and the kind of stillness that wasn't passivity but economy. She moved only when she meant to, said only what she decided to say, and assessed everything in the first 30 seconds and filed it. She came in out of the rain with her coat dry because she'd vanished it off before crossing the threshold, and looked at the flat, and looked at Remus, and looked at Harry. Harry looked back. "This is Harry," Remus said. "I can see that," Kara said. She bent slightly to Harry's level, not the exaggerated crouch of adults who perform children's height, just a practical adjustment. "You're smaller than I expected." "I'm 5, Harry said. "I know how old you are." She straightened. "Your eyes are your mother's." Harry's chin came up a fraction. "Did you know her?" "No. But I know what Lily Potter looked like, because everyone does." She dropped her coat over a chair and turned to Remus. "Put the kettle on. Tell me everything." He told her everything, which took until the tea was half drunk and the rain had eased to a drizzle. Kara listened without interrupting, which was one of the things that made her valuable. She collected information completely before she started analyzing it, and when she finally spoke, she didn't repeat anything he'd said and she didn't ask clarifying questions because she'd already clarified in her head. "The 7.1 argument will hold," she said. "It was correctly applied and the ministry knows it. They'll make noises but they won't push it to tribunal because they'd lose." She turned her mug in both hands. "Greyback is the real issue." "I know. You invoked a full right. That makes you a pack alpha whether you meant it that way or not. The magic doesn't care about your intentions, it cares about the action. Fenrir has been the dominant alpha in Britain for 15 years. He'll see this as a territorial claim." "I'm not claiming territory," Remus said. "You did anyway." She was not unkind about it, just precise. "The question is whether you're going to consolidate or capitulate. Because if you try to do neither, if you sit in this flat with a pack of 2 and act like the politics don't apply to you, he'll read that as weakness and move on it." Harry was at the table, ostensibly reading, not ostensibly listening. "What do you recommend?" Remus said. Grow the pack, Kara said. Not for numbers, for legitimacy. And reach out to the neutral packs, let them know what you've done and why. Frame it correctly before Fenrir frames it for you. She looked at Remus steadily. And stop acting like you stumbled into this. You invoked an ancient right on the most magically significant child in Britain in the middle of a Surrey garden. That's not stumbling. That's a statement. Own it. Remus was quiet for a moment. Will you stay? He asked. Kara looked at him for a long moment. You're asking me to join your pack. I'm asking if you'd be willing to. She turned to look at Harry, who had given up the pretense of reading and was watching her directly. She looked at him for a long moment. He looked back without flinching. All right, she said. But I want a proper wage and I'm not sleeping on a sofa. I'll find somewhere bigger, Remus said. You'll need to, Kara said. She looked around the flat with the expression of someone who respected people's efforts and also had eyes. This week. They found somewhere that weekend. Remus had money, not a fortune, but more than people generally assumed, because James had been thorough and James had loved him and had left provisions in his will that Remus had never touched, having spent 4 years feeling like it would be wrong to benefit from his death. He stopped feeling that way somewhere between Friday and Saturday. He went to Gringotts, arranged access to the account, looked at the number, and felt the specific emotion of a man realizing he's been choosing poverty out of grief. The house was in York, a narrow, old, 3-story terrace with thick walls and a back garden and a decent kitchen and 4 bedrooms, on a quiet street with a good view of the city wall from the upper floor. It had been a wizarding family's house at some point, the magic was still in the walls, old and settled, the kind that had accumulated rather than been cast. The estate agent was a wizard who recognized Remus's name and went slightly wary, and Remus looked at him steadily and offered the asking price in full and the wariness dissolved into paperwork. Harry walked through it on the Saturday morning with the systematic attention he gave new spaces. First floor, second floor, third. Testing light switches, opening cupboard doors, looking out each window in turn. He went up to the top floor last, to what would be his room, which had a dormer window looking out over the rooftops and the wall in the distance and the sky above the city. He stood at the window for a long time. Remus stood in the doorway. It's mine. Harry said. Not asking for confirmation. Saying it out loud to make it real. It's yours. Harry pressed both hands flat against the glass, very gently, like he was checking that it was solid. Can I paint it? He said. The walls. A color. Whatever color you like. Harry turned around. His eyes were very bright. He wasn't crying, he'd shown no inclination toward crying, not once, which was itself something Remus had noted and was giving time, but something in his face was working very hard at something. Blue, he said. Like, not dark. Like sky in the morning. Before it's properly light. Remus looked at this child who'd slept in a cupboard and who had just described, precisely and without hesitation, exactly the right color for his first room. Dawn blue, he said. Done. They moved in that Sunday. There wasn't much to move, Remus's things from the Nottingham flat, Harry's minimal possessions, and Kara, who arrived with one bag and the werewolf text on pack protocols and installed herself in the second-floor room with the efficiency of someone who didn't require much space and made use of all of it. The first night in the new house, Harry slept in a proper bed for the first time in his life. He'd stood in front of it for a while before getting in, touching the duvet, pressing the mattress with both hands. Remus had said goodnight and not made anything of it, and Harry had climbed in with great deliberateness and pulled the covers up and lay there looking at the ceiling with an expression Remus couldn't read. All right? Remus said from the doorway. It's soft, Harry said. Beds generally are. It's very soft. A pause. Is this what they're always like? More or less. Harry considered this. I thought I wouldn't like it, he said, because I'd be able to feel too many things. But it's actually, he ran a hand over the duvet, it's good. Good. Remus leaned against the doorframe. Go to sleep, Harry. Remus. Yes. Thank you for the window. He'd painted it first. Before the kitchen was fully unpacked, before the books were shelved, he'd painted Harry's window wall dawn blue and let it dry and stepped back, and Harry had stood in the doorway and looked at it and then looked at Remus with an expression that was entirely unguarded for 3 whole seconds before the careful face came back. Good night, Remus said now. Night, Harry said, and closed his eyes, and was asleep in under 2 minutes, with the easy, deep thoroughness of a child who had decided this was safe. The wolf magic announced itself 10 days after the rite. Remus had been expecting something. The books all said the early stages of a pack bond included the young member beginning to come into their own magical signature more forcefully, the pack magic acting like fertilizer on what was already there. He'd been expecting perhaps some stronger accidental magic, the kind of thing most young witches and wizards started showing around Harry's age. He had not been expecting the kitchen. He'd been out in the back garden with Kara going over the neutral pack contacts list. There were 7 packs in Britain, Fenrir's the largest, and 3 of them sat officially neutral, which meant reachable, when Harry came to the back door. Something happened, he said. They went in. The kitchen was warmer than it should have been. Not uncomfortably so, but noticeably, a soft all-over warmth that had no source from the boiler or the range. And on the kitchen table, where Harry had been sitting with his books, everything was slightly rearranged. The mug had moved to the left. The books had stacked themselves. The crayon drawing Harry had done that morning had been carefully pressed flat under the corner of the textbook. And on the wooden table surface, where Harry had been sitting, there was a ring of warmth pressed into the grain, the kind that came from something very hot, but the wood wasn't burned. Just warm. Just lit from underneath. Remus looked at Harry. What were you doing when it started? Reading, Harry said. He pointed to the Pack Protocol's text, which was the one Kara had brought and which Harry had apparently helped himself to. About the full moon. About what happens to you. He paused. I got worried. And? Harry looked at his hands. I wanted it to be different for you. I just kept thinking about it. And then everything went warm. Kara was very still. Remus crouched in front of Harry. Show me your hands. Harry held them out, palms up, and Remus put his own hands underneath, and felt it. A steady warmth, coming from Harry's palms like low-banked heat, not burning, just radiant. Magical. Old. This isn't standard accidental magic, Kara said quietly. No, Remus agreed. What is it? Harry asked, looking between them. It's pack magic, Kara said. She said it with a careful evenness, but Remus knew her well enough now to hear the undercurrent. You don't just have wizard magic, Harry. You've got the pack bond in you too. And you were thinking about protecting your pack. She glanced at Remus, and the magic responded. Harry absorbed this. So I'm a bit wolf too. In the magical sense, Remus said. Not, you won't transform. You're not a werewolf. But the bond is in you, yes, and the magic that comes with it. He watched Harry's face. How do you feel? Warm, Harry said. He looked at his palms. Like after running. Good warm. He turned his hands over, looking at them with the focused interest he gave most things. Can I make it do something? Kara sat down. Probably, she said. In time. Harry looked immediately as though he wanted to start finding out what, and Remus said, not today, which earned him a look that was James Potter's exact expression of impatient restraint. They started working on it that week. Carefully, structured, not rushing, Remus had read enough about early magical development to know that pushing a young child's accidental magic into intentional use was a finesse project. Too much pressure and the magic went tight and unresponsive. Too little guidance and it ran untethered and did things like warm entire rooms because of feelings. Harry, it turned out, was extraordinary. Not in the dramatic, showy sense immediately, but in the manner of his engagement with magic, the way he listened to it rather than trying to dominate it, which Kara said was unusual in children and rare in adults. Most early magical development was about accidental discharge, emotion causing release. Harry did that, but he also did something else. He got quiet when he used magic. He went into himself, and then out toward it, and things happened with a smoothness that made even Kara, who had been doing this for decades, sit back and watch. By the end of the second week in the new house, he could reliably warm a cup of tea from across the room. By the end of the third, he was moving small objects with intent rather than emotion. He's not doing it the normal way, Kara told Remus, on an evening when Harry was in bed. Most children push the magic out. He's calling things toward him. The warmth, the movement. It's like he's in the center and the magic arranges itself around him. Is that a wolf thing? I've never seen it before, Kara said. Which means either it's something particular to him, or it's the combination, wolf pack magic and whatever was in his mother's sacrifice, sitting in him together and doing something neither one does separately. She was quiet for a moment. He's going to be genuinely powerful, Remus. Not the way the papers say, not a symbol, not a figurehead. Actually powerful. Remus looked at the ceiling above which Harry was asleep. Good, he said. It's going to complicate things. Everything about this was already complicated, Remus said. I'd rather he be powerful and complicated than safe and small. Kara looked at him. You're different, she said. Than what I expected. What did you expect? Someone apologizing for existing. She said it without cruelty, just as fact. You're not. Not anymore, he said. The full moon came on a Thursday. Remus had prepared Harry carefully and honestly, told him what would happen, what it would sound like, made sure the cellar beneath the house was secure and warded, explained the wolfsbane potion that Kara brewed, which she was licensed for and which she'd made with the focused precision she'd brought to everything. He'd answered Harry's questions straight, all of them, including the ones about whether it hurt, which it did, and whether he remembered it afterward, which he did partly, and whether Harry would be able to come see him, which was an unequivocal no. Kara will be with you upstairs, Remus said. You'll hear things. It might be strange. Are you all right with that? Harry thought about it properly, which was always what he did. Will you be all right? He said. I'll be tired tomorrow, Remus said. But yes. Then I'm all right, Harry said simply. The transformation was bad, as it always was. The wolfsbane helped, kept his mind, kept him from the feral howling that had characterized his turns before the potion existed, but the body doing what it did was never comfortable, and the night was long. He was aware, even in wolf form, of Harry above him, felt the bond like a warm thread running through the house, steady and sure, not afraid. Not even unsettled. Just, there. Around 2 a.m, he heard Harry's voice, muffled through the cellar ceiling. Talking to Kara. He couldn't make out words but he could hear the tone, curious, focused, Harry asking about something with the intent attention he brought to things. He padded to the center of the cellar and lay down and felt the bond, and the warm certainty of it, and slept. In the morning, sore and tired and human again, he came upstairs to find Harry at the kitchen table with Kara, both of them with tea, Harry with a textbook and what appeared to be notes, actual written notes in a 5-year-old's careful, large handwriting, on a piece of paper. Harry looked up. His eyes went over Remus with the quick, assessing look that Remus had come to recognize as Harry's version of "Are you all right?" "You look tired," Harry said. "I am tired." "Kara made soup," Harry said. "For when you came up. She said you'd want soup." "Kara is correct." He dropped into a chair. Kara put a bowl in front of him without a word, the way she did things, no ceremony, just action. He drank the soup and felt the warmth of it and the warmth of the bond and thought that this specific moment, was something he could have gone his whole life without and was now unwilling to live without. "I didn't hear much," Harry said. "Some sounds." It wasn't scary. Good. I took notes on what Kara told me about the transformation process. For when I understand more of the words. He showed Remus the paper gravely. It said, in careful child's printing, moon makes the change. Potion keeps the mind. Body hurts but Remus is still Remus after. Remus looked at this for a moment. That's exactly right, he said. Harry looked satisfied and returned to his textbook. They settled into something that felt, more and more, like ordinary life, which it absolutely wasn't, but had the texture of something real and daily and sustainable. Harry ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner. All of them, every day, at the actual table, and within the first 2 weeks Remus stopped noting each meal with the specific quality of relief that he suspected he'd feel for a long time regardless. Harry ate well and with increasing variety and with the particular intensity of someone making up for a deficit, which Remus had gently mentioned to a healer friend in Edinburgh, who'd said it was expected and normal and to just let him eat. So Harry ate, and it was glorious. He went through a phase of eating everything. Not indiscriminately, he developed opinions very quickly, strong ones, delivered with the gravity of a food critic who happened to be 5. He liked soup and disliked fish unless it was battered, at which point he very much liked it. He liked cheese on everything and apples and the specific brand of cereal that came in the red box and which had no particular distinction except that he'd chosen it himself on their first proper shopping trip, picking it up and examining the box for a long time and then putting it in the trolley with an air of decision. He ate 2 chocolate bars on that shopping trip. Slowly, thoughtfully, walking around Diagon Alley with one in each hand, eating them in careful rotation. Remus had bought a dozen. By the end of the month, there was a small shelf in Harry's room with 6 of them on it, still wrapped. Not hoarding, something else. Having enough. Knowing there was enough. He stopped after about 6 weeks and they stayed on the shelf, and 3 months later Harry started eating them without ceremony, one at a time, and the shelf stayed empty and was never refilled except when Remus bought more, which was whenever he felt like it, which was often. It was, all of it, ordinary and miraculous, and Remus was not prepared for how fiercely he loved it. The situation with Fenrir moved in early August. It didn't come as violence, that was the thing about Greyback that the wizarding world consistently underestimated. They thought of him as rabid, driven by appetite, a creature of brute force. He wasn't. He was old and patient and politically sophisticated in the way of someone who'd survived by being smarter than the people who wanted him destroyed, and what he sent Remus wasn't a threat. It was an invitation. A formal one, written on good parchment in an educated hand, addressed to Alpha Lupin, which was a statement in itself, requesting a meeting at a location in Scotland at a time and date that was, notably, 3 days after the next full moon. After the moon. A courtesy, or the appearance of one. Remus read it at the kitchen table after Harry had gone to bed and showed it to Kara. She read it twice. He's treating you as an equal, she said. He's performing the gesture of treating me as an equal. That's still significant. He's not trying to go over your head or around you. He's not approaching Harry. She set it down. If you refuse, that ends the diplomatic possibility. He'll start applying pressure. And if I go? Then you find out what he actually wants. She looked at him. You should go. I know. He looked at the letter. I don't want Harry to know about this yet. He'll figure it out. He's 5, Remus said. Kara gave him a look that communicated, without words, that Harry being 5 was not the limitation Remus seemed to think it was. He ignored this and went to bed. He was woken at 2 in the morning by Harry standing in his doorway. Not distressed, just standing there, one hand on the doorframe, glasses on, which meant he'd put them on before coming in, which meant this wasn't a nightmare. He was looking at Remus with the steady, measuring expression. You're worried, Harry said. Remus sat up. I'm sleeping. You were worried before you went to sleep. I could feel it. He touched his sternum, the gesture he always used to indicate the bond. Through this. Remus looked at this child, in his two big pajamas, in the house with the dawn blue wall and the window that showed the rooftops, and didn't insult him by pretending. "Come here," he said. Harry crossed the room and sat on the edge of the bed. He waited, with the patience that was entirely his own and bore no resemblance to anything James had ever managed. "There's a man called Fenrir Greyback," Remus said. "He's a werewolf. He's the most powerful pack alpha in Britain, and he is not a good person. He's written to me wanting a meeting." He watched Harry's face. "I'm going to go. But I wanted to wait until I had more information before telling you." "Why?" "Because I didn't want you to be worried." Harry considered this. "I'd rather be worried with the information," he said carefully, "than not worried without it. Because not having it doesn't make the thing not real." Remus looked at him for a moment. "You're right," he said. "I'm sorry. I'll tell you everything from now on." Harry nodded, satisfied. He didn't move to leave. After a moment, "Is he dangerous?" "Yes." "Are you scared of him?" Remus thought about this honestly. "No," he said. "I think I should probably have a healthy respect for what he's capable of, but I'm not frightened of him." Harry absorbed this. "Okay," he said. Then, after a pause, "Can I sleep in here?" It came out with a careful flatness that didn't quite cover the asking of it, the not quite nonchalance of a child making himself vulnerable and trying not to show it. "Yes," Remus said, moving over. Harry climbed in with the same deliberateness he'd brought to the first night in his own bed, arranged himself on the far side, pulled the covers straight, and was asleep in 4 minutes. Remus lay in the dark and listened to him breathe and felt the bond between them, settled and warm and sure, and thought about Fenrir Greyback and pack politics and Dumbledore's long games and all the complicated machinery of the world that was arranging itself around this sleeping child. "Bring it," he thought, not ungently. "Bring all of it." It was mid-August, sunny and warm, when Harry's magic did something new. They were in the back garden. Kara had been working with Harry on deliberate use, a set of exercises designed not to push but to expand his awareness of what was there, the way you might stretch a muscle rather than strain it. Harry was sitting cross-legged in the grass, eyes closed, doing what he did when he worked magic, which was go very still and very inward. Remus was reading on the bench. Or trying to. He kept watching Harry instead. The garden went quiet. The kind of quiet that was itself a sound, all the background noise of the city dropping away, replaced by something that wasn't silence but was below sound, a frequency. Remus felt it in his chest, low and resonant, and sat up. The grass around Harry was standing up. Not dramatically, not special effects straight up, just a fine standing, each blade lifting slightly away from the earth, and the light coming through from somewhere above had shifted, the quality of it changing, the afternoon sun bending slightly as if toward Harry. As if drawn. Harry opened his eyes. The light gathered, and for a moment, just one, brief and clear and blazing, his eyes were not green but gold, the same gold that the pack bond looked like when Remus felt it. Then it passed. The grass settled. The light was ordinary afternoon again. Harry looked at his hands. Then at Remus. His expression was completely calm. "I felt the whole garden," he said. "I know," Remus said. Harry spread his fingers like he was looking for a word, "everything in it. All at once." "That's pack awareness," Kara said from the doorway, and her voice was very careful. "It's usually a pack alpha skill. The ability to feel the territory." She paused. "You're 5 years old, Harry." "I know how old I am," Harry said, with the same equanimity he'd shown Kara the first day. Kara looked at Remus. Something in her expression said, "I told you so, and also I underestimated, and also what are we dealing with?" Remus looked at Harry, sitting in the garden in the August light with the absolute self-possession of someone who had felt the whole garden and found this interesting rather than alarming. "Don't get ahead of yourself," Remus said. Harry raised an eyebrow, which he'd recently learned to do and was deploying with increasing precision. I'm sitting down, he said. You know what I mean. Harry did the almost smile. Yes. He looked at his hands again, then back at the garden with a new kind of attention, the look of someone who had just discovered that a room is bigger than they thought. Can I do it again? Tomorrow, Remus said. Harry looked like he might argue. Then he looked at Remus's face and read whatever was there with the directness he had for feelings, and nodded. Tomorrow, he agreed. He came in for dinner and ate an enormous amount and then helped clear up without being asked and then spent the evening at the kitchen table, not reading, just sitting with his chin in his hands looking at nothing in particular. Later, when Remus looked in on him in the blue room, Harry was lying on his back with his eyes open. You're not sleeping, Remus said. I'm thinking. About? Harry turned his head on the pillow. In the half-light from the door he looked very young and very old at the same time, which was something he did occasionally, the two things sitting in his face together. In the garden today, he said. I felt everything. Every person in it. A pause. You were worried. Kara was surprised. I was, he searched for the word, big. Like I was bigger than I normally am and couldn't get back to the normal size. Did that frighten you? Harry considered this with genuine seriousness. No, he said finally. It felt right. He looked back at the ceiling. Is that okay? Yes, Remus said. That's okay. Harry nodded. Then, Remus. Yes. When is it going to get harder? The question sat in the room. Remus looked at him. Why do you ask that? Because everything's been getting better, Harry said simply. And things don't just keep getting better. He said it without self-pity, just with the observation of a child who had enough empirical evidence to make the inference. Something's going to happen. Remus sat down on the edge of the bed. Something is going to happen, he said. Some of it I can see coming. Some of it I can't. Greyback wants a meeting. Dumbledore has plans that don't always account for you as a person. And there are people who will care a great deal about who you are and what you can do and will want to use that. Harry listened to this without flinching. But, Remus said, none of that changes this. This house. This room. Us. He held Harry's gaze. Whatever comes, we face it. Together. That's what the bond is. That's what pack means. Harry looked at him for a long moment. Together, he said, trying it out. Together, Remus said. Harry turned back to the ceiling. He was quiet for a moment. Then, I think I want to learn faster, he said. The magic. We'll work on it. And I want to know more about Fenrir. Before you go to meet him. Kara has books. I've already read them, Harry said. I want to know what you know. Remus looked at this child, this 5-year-old who had felt the whole garden and slept in a bed and had 6 chocolate bars on his shelf and drew wolves with crayons and took notes on moon cycles and said I'd rather be worried with the information, and felt the pride of it hit him fully for the first time. Not soft, sentimental pride. The fierce kind. The kind that sat under the ribs and didn't move. All right, he said. Tomorrow morning. Breakfast first. Obviously breakfast first, Harry said. Remus stood up. At the door, Harry's voice, Remus. Yes. A pause. Short. The kind that covered something large. Thank you. And the word took a moment, for coming to get me. Remus stood in the doorway. Thank you, he said, for letting me. He pulled the door to and stood in the hallway for a moment, in the old house with its settled magic and its 3 people and its wide York sky outside the windows, and felt something he had almost forgotten the shape of. He felt fine. Genuinely, completely, groundedly fine. Down the hall, in a room painted dawn blue, Harry pulled his duvet up and closed his eyes, and in the dark behind his eyelids the gold light of the bond pulsed once, warm and sure, like a heartbeat. He slept. Chapter 4, Sirius. The letter came from the last person Remus expected. Not Sirius. He hadn't written to Sirius, didn't know how you wrote to someone in Azkaban, wasn't sure what you said when the last 4 years had been built on a foundation of assumed guilt. The letter came from a solicitor. A wizarding solicitor named Bartholomew Creech, of Creech and Associates, Diagon Alley, who wrote in the compressed, precise language of a man who'd spent a career saying important things in as few words as possible. Mr. Lupin, I represent the interests of Mr. Sirius Orion Black, currently detained at Azkaban prison. Mr. Black has been attempting to secure independent legal representation since his arrest in November 1981. Previous attempts were obstructed at the ministry level. Recent changes in Department of Magical Law Enforcement staffing have created a window through which I have been able to establish limited contact with my client. Mr. Black asked me to contact you specifically. He says, and I quote, "Tell Mooney that Peter was secret keeper. Tell him I switched at the last minute because I thought I was too obvious. Tell him Peter is alive. I am not asking you to believe this. I am asking you to meet with me." Bartholomew Creech. Remus read it standing at the kitchen counter at 7 in the morning, and then sat down because his legs made the decision before his brain did. Harry was upstairs. Kara was in the garden. He sat alone in the kitchen with the letter and the sound of the house around him and the feeling of the world doing something seismic under his feet. Peter was secret keeper. He thought about that night. He thought about it the way he always thought about it, not in sequence, because grief didn't work in sequence. He thought about the way the news had come to him, secondhand, through a Muggle radio he'd been listening to in his flat because he hadn't been able to sleep. Explosion in a Muggle street. 12 people dead. Suspected magical cause. He thought about reaching Dumbledore, who had been devastated and certain and who had told him what had happened. Sirius's betrayal assumed, self-evident. Sirius had been arrested at the scene laughing. He thought about Sirius laughing. He'd spent 4 years understanding that as the laugh of a man who'd made his choice and lost. Now he sat in a York kitchen and thought, or the laugh of a man who has realized the full scope of what Peter has done and can't find any other response to it. He thought about Peter. Small, anxious, always a little frightened, always attaching himself to the nearest largest thing. Who had been a better friend than Remus had credited, some of the time, and a worse one than any of them had known. Who had died in that alley. Who had no body. There had been no body. A finger, they'd said. One finger. Pettigrew was barely enough to bury. Remus sat with the letter for 3 minutes. Then he picked up his quill and wrote back, "I can meet Thursday." Name the time and place. He sent it and stood at the window and watched the York Street wake up below and let the sighs of what might be true settle on him. Because if it was true, if Peter had been secret keeper, if Peter had survived and framed Sirius and been living as something or someone ever since, then Sirius had been in Azkaban for 4 years for nothing. 4 years with the Dementors. 4 years of that. He pressed the heels of his hands against the counter and breathed. Remus. Harry was in the doorway, still in pajamas, glasses on, hair in full morning chaos. He looked at Remus with the direct, reading look. "I'm all right," Remus said. "You're white," Harry said. "I'm always pale. It's my natural state." Harry crossed the kitchen and looked at the letter on the counter. He didn't read it, he looked at it and looked at Remus and waited. "I told you about Sirius Black," Remus said. "Your friend. Harry's godfather." He said it with a slight shift, a small careful thing. He didn't say my godfather, because he'd been doing that lately, referring to the facts of his own history in the third person, a little separated from them, working up to them at his own pace. "Yes. There's a solicitor who represents him." "Who says?" Remus stopped. Started again. "He says that what everyone believed happened the night your parents died might not be what actually happened." Harry was very still. "You mean Sirius might not have betrayed them?" "Yes." The word sat between them. Harry looked at the letter again. His face was doing the complicated thing, the thing where several very large feelings were moving under the surface and he was deciding, consciously and carefully, what to do with them. He'd gotten better at this over the weeks, not at suppressing them, but at meeting them, sitting with them, which was different. If he didn't do it, Harry said slowly, then he's been in Azkaban for 4 years and he shouldn't have been. Yes. And he was supposed to look after me. He would have, Remus said. I have no doubt about that. Harry looked out the window for a moment. So he didn't get to look after me because of something that wasn't his fault. If it's true. I don't know yet. I need to meet this solicitor. Then you should go, Harry said. He said it simply, clearly, the way he decided things. And then come back and tell me everything. Remus looked at him. It might not be what we hope. I know, Harry said. Go anyway. He moved to the bread box and started making toast with the purposeful domesticity he'd developed, which Remus loved, the way Harry had taken on small bits of the house as his own territory, knowing where things were and handling them with a proprietary ease that meant I live here, this is mine. Do you want eggs? Please, Remus said. Sit down then, Harry said, and got out the pan. He made eggs. They weren't perfect, the edges were a little crispy, the yolk slightly broken, but Harry put them on the plate and set it down with the satisfied expression of someone who had made a thing and it had worked, and Remus ate them and said they were excellent, and Harry said critically that the yolks were wrong, and Remus said that he'd never cared about yolks, and Harry said that was because Remus had no standards. And the morning kept going and the letter sat on the counter and they both knew. It was there. Thursday came grey and close, the sky pressing down with the weight of rain that hadn't decided whether to fall yet. Remus went to London by flew from the shop on the corner of Gilligate that was wizarding accessible and met Bartholomew Creech in a private room above a tea room in Diagon Alley. Creech was exactly what his letter suggested, a compact man in his 60s, silver-haired, with the careful stillness of someone who'd spent a career in rooms where what you didn't say mattered as much as what you did. He had a briefcase. He had files. He had the kind of organized mind that had apparently taken Sirius Black's case apart piece by piece and found things that a proper defense, applied at the right moment 4 years ago, would have made obvious. The short version, Creech said, is that your friend was never tried. Remus stared at him. No trial, Creech said. Not a closed one, not a perfunctory one. None. Bartemius Crouch Sr. authorized detention without trial under emergency wartime powers. Those powers expired 18 months after the war ended. Mr. Black should have been either tried or released at that point. He wasn't. He opened a file. I have his original arrest report. He was laughing when they brought him in, not a confession, the arresting Aurors noted it as shock response, but that notation was not carried forward in the subsequent paperwork. He slid a document across the table. There was also no wand examination. A single spell killed 12 people and left one alleged survivor as a finger. No wand examination. Remus looked at the document. The Muggle deaths, he said. Sirius didn't cast, the explosive spell that killed the Muggles was traced to a wand eventually, Creech said. Not Sirius's. They traced it in 1983 when a trainee Auror ran a routine cold case check and found the discrepancy. That file was marked administrative error and buried. He paused. I found it. Whose wand? Creech looked at him steadily. That's where it gets complicated. The wand signature belongs to Peter Pettigrew. Silence. He used it to blow up the street, Remus said. His voice sounded very far away. Before cutting off his own finger and transforming, Creech said. If your friend's account is correct, and I believe it is, Pettigrew was a secret animagus. A rat. He faked his own death and has been in hiding since. Remus sat back in his chair. 4 years. Sirius had been in that place for 4 years, with the Dementors feeding on him, on all of it, James and Lily and the betrayal and the grief and the loss, and Peter had been alive. Somewhere. living his small, cowardly, borrowed life. The anger came slowly, which was how it always came for him, not a flash but a tide, rising steadily from somewhere below his sternum, the wolf underneath it making the tide run warm. "What do you need from me?" he said. "Testimony," Creech said. "You knew Pettigrew as a fellow student, as a friend, over several years. You can speak to his character and to conversations that took place. More importantly," he leaned forward slightly, "you're now Harry Potter's legal guardian. Through Pack Rite. Which means you have standing in ministry proceedings that you didn't have 4 years ago. You knew about the right. It's in the registry," Creech said simply. "Under emergency provisions. I read everything relevant." He paused. Mr. Black asked specifically about Harry. He asked if he was safe. He asked if he was, Creech glanced at his notes, okay. Those were his words. Remus pressed his hand flat on the table. "He's more than okay," he said. "I thought you'd say that." Creech recapped his pen. "I want to file for a formal review of detention. Given the wand evidence and the lack of trial, I believe we can compel a proper hearing. It'll take time, the ministry will resist. But I believe we can get him out." "How long?" "Realistically, 6 months to a year." Remus thought about 6 months. Thought about another 6 months in Azkaban after 4 years. Thought about Sirius, who had been the most alive person he'd ever known, reckless and brilliant and warm in the way of someone who felt everything too much and refused to pretend otherwise, sitting in that place. "Do it," he said. "Whatever you need from me, you have it." Creech nodded and started making notes. "One more thing," he said. "Your friend also said," he found the relevant note, "tell Mooney I'm not mad yet. Tell him I know it was Peter because I know what it looks like to not be mad when you should be." He looked up. "Does that mean something to you?" Remus thought about a man laughing at the ruins of a street. "Yes," he said. "It means he's still himself." He went home by Floo and came through into the kitchen and stood there for a moment, reorienting, the weight of the morning settling into him. The house was quiet, mid-afternoon, which meant Kara was probably at her desk upstairs and Harry was wherever Harry went when he had thinking to do. He found him in the garden. Harry was sitting against the far wall, in the narrow strip of afternoon shade, with a book face down on the grass beside him and his knees pulled up. He looked up when Remus came out and read his face in one quick pass. "Tell me," Harry said. Remus sat in the grass beside him, back against the wall, and told him everything. All of it, Creech, the trial that hadn't happened, the wand evidence, Peter. He told it plainly, the way Harry always wanted things, and Harry listened with complete stillness, the way he always listened. When Remus finished, Harry said nothing for a moment. "Then, Peter's still alive." "Almost certainly. He could be anywhere." "Yes." Harry looked at the garden. His jaw was set. "He's the one who actually did it," he said. "Not Voldemort. Voldemort was there because Peter told him where to find them." "Yes." "So Peter," Harry stopped. Started again. "Peter is the reason I grew up in that cupboard." The way he said it. Not with tears. With something colder and more precise. "Yes," Remus said. "Okay," Harry said. "Harry, I'm not going to do anything," Harry said, with the flat patience of someone addressing an unnecessary worry. "I'm 5. I know I'm 5. He looked at Remus. "I just wanted to know who it was. The whole picture." He paused. "And Sirius, he's really innocent." "I believe so." "And he's been in Azkaban this whole time." "Yes." Harry was quiet. "Then, is he going to be all right? When he gets out?" Remus thought about this honestly. "I don't know. Azkaban does significant damage. He'll need time." "He can come here," Harry said. It was immediate and complete, not an offer but a statement. When he gets out, he can come here. Remus looked at him. He was supposed to look after me, Harry said. That doesn't have to stay wrong. Remus put his arm around Harry's shoulders, and Harry leaned into it without ceremony, which was something he'd started doing in the third week in the York house, leaning into contact with the same deliberate quality as everything, choosing it consciously, accepting warmth on his own terms. No, Remus said. It doesn't. The months that followed were not quiet, but they had a shape. Creech filed his motion for review in September and the ministry responded with the aggressive bureaucratic resistance of an institution that had made an embarrassing error and was not prepared to admit it. Remus wrote testimony. Kara provided legal analysis on the Pack Rite's impact on his ministry standing. Dumbledore, contacted quietly, offered his own deposition with a careful willingness that suggested the serious situation was one of the things he'd wondered about. Harry grew. Not just upward, though he did that, he'd been severely undernourished, the healer in Edinburgh had confirmed it, and with actual food and actual sleep and no more being small and frightened all the time, his body was making up ground steadily. But the growth that Remus watched most carefully was the other kind. Harry became himself. It happened gradually and then suddenly, the way these things always did. He started laughing more, not the polite, careful, checking it was allowed laughter of the first weeks, but the real kind, sudden and unguarded, catching him off guard and staying longer than he expected. He started arguing, which Remus privately celebrated, small, focused disagreements about bedtime and food choices and whether a particular book was suitable for a 5-year-old, delivered with the precise, evidence-based logic of someone who had decided that his opinions were worth having and worth defending. He also started asking about James and Lily. Not all at once. In pieces, when he was ready for them, a question at dinner, a question before bed, a question in the middle of something else as if he'd been holding it for a while and had decided the moment was right. What was James like at school? What made Lily laugh? Were they brave? Were they happy? Did they know, at the end, that he was loved? Remus answered everything. Straight and full and without softening the complicated parts, because Harry could tell when something was being softened and disliked it, and because James and Lily deserved to be remembered truly. He told Harry about the Marauders. About the map and the invisibility cloak and the absolutely spectacular array of things they'd managed to get away with at school. Harry listened to all of it with bright, focused eyes and the occasional sharp grin. "Dad sounds like trouble," Harry said. "Your father," Remus said with feeling, "was the most talented, most infuriating, most spectacularly heedless person I've ever met, and I loved him like a brother, and he would have driven me completely mad by now if he were alive." Harry grinned properly at that, wide and sudden and entirely James's grin, and Remus's chest contracted with the familiar sharp ache that was love and loss in the same breath. "And Mum?" "Your mother," Remus said, "was smarter than all 4 of us put together, and she knew it, and she was kind enough not to say so more than twice a day." Harry laughed. Then, more quietly, "Were they happy?" "Before, were they happy?" "Yes," Remus said. "Genuinely. They had you, and the war was, they had hoped that it was ending. They were happy." Harry absorbed this carefully, the way he absorbed the things that mattered, letting it settle into him, making it part of the picture. "Good," he said. And then moved on. The autumn brought a development Remus hadn't planned for and should have. Harry's magic, growing and consolidating, started attracting attention in ways that were hard to manage in a city. Small things at first, a busker's music stopping when Harry walked past, which Harry hadn't done deliberately but which happened to coincide with Harry thinking the music was too loud, strongly enough to make the strings go slack. A drizzle of rain in the back garden deflecting around Harry in a tidy radius while he sat reading, which he noticed and found interesting. A moment at the market in shambles when a man bumped hard into Harry, shoving him, actually, with the casual selfishness of someone not watching, and went stumbling backward, not falling, but stumbling a clear 6 feet, propelled by nothing visible. Remus had seen that one. He'd also seen Harry's face immediately after, the quick flash of something startled, then considering. Intentional? Remus said, quietly, walking on. A bit, Harry admitted. He pushed hard. I noticed. He paused. Learn to dial it. I know. Harry looked at his hands, briefly. Sorry. Don't apologize. Just practice the control. He glanced down at Harry. You're allowed to defend yourself. You just need to know the difference between defense and reaction. Harry nodded, processing this. What's the difference? He asked. Defense is a choice, Remus said. Reaction is automatic. You want to get to the point where you're choosing, even if you choose fast. Harry considered this for the rest of the walk home, and that evening spent an hour in the garden with Kara working on exactly that, the fine edge between responding and deciding to respond. He was 6 now. Had turned 6 in late July, which they'd celebrated with a cake Harry had helped make, requiring Kara's firm intervention at 2 critical junctures, and which had been slightly lopsided and entirely excellent. Harry had blown out the candles with a focused expression and then eaten 2 slices and taken a third upstairs. Remus had found him later at his window, eating the 3rd slice slowly, looking out at the city. Good birthday. Remus said. Yes. Harry looked at him. I didn't know it was going to be like this. What did you expect? Harry thought about it. Nothing, he said. I just didn't expect it to be anything. Remus stood in the doorway and didn't say anything, because there wasn't anything that needed saying. Creech's petition moved forward in October. There was a preliminary hearing at the ministry that Remus attended, leaving Harry with Kara with strict instructions to continue the territorial awareness exercises and not to practice anything new while he was gone, which Harry received with the expression of someone filing this instruction and making no commitments. The ministry hearing was contentious. Remus gave testimony for 40 minutes, facing a panel of 4 officials who had varying reactions to him ranging from professional neutrality to barely disguised hostility. He was a werewolf, he was claiming Pack Rite guardianship over a significant child, and now he was here arguing for a man most of the wizarding world had spent 4 years considering guilty of murder. The cocktail was not politically palatable. He gave his testimony anyway. Clearly, completely, without hedging, laying out what he knew about Pettigrew, about the Fidelius, about the wand evidence, about the absence of trial. He was not emotional. He was precise, which was more effective. At the end, the panel chair, a woman named Amelia Bones, who had asked the sharpest questions and whose hostility, Remus noted, was purely professional rather than personal, looked at her colleagues and then at Remus. This proceeding will be escalated to a full review, she said. Pending new evidence review, Mr. Black's case will be re-examined by a full panel. This does not constitute an admission of error by the ministry. Of course not, Remus said pleasantly. Bones looked at him with something that might have been approval under the professionalism. You'll be notified of the date. He went home. Harry met him at the door, which he'd started doing, hearing Remus's step on the front path somehow, through the bond, and being in the hallway when the door opened. Well? Harry said. Full review, Remus said. Harry's face did the barely there but real thing. How long? Creech thinks by Christmas. Maybe New Year. Harry considered this. That's not too long, he said, with the particular pragmatism of someone who'd spent 5 years not getting things and had become genuinely good at patience. No, Remus agreed. He's going to be confused, Harry said. When he comes out. About everything. Probably. And he doesn't know about me. About any of this. Harry gestured vaguely, encompassing the house, Kara visible through the kitchen doorway, himself. He just knows what happened 4 years ago. Yes. Harry nodded slowly. We should, when he gets out. Someone should be there who he knows. He looked at Remus. Not me, not yet. But you should be there. I will be, Remus said. And you should tell him about me before. Harry looked at the floor for a moment, then back up. So he has time to, not be shocked. Or whatever he'll be. He should have time to feel it before he sees me. Remus looked at this child, this 6-year-old who was thinking about Sirius Black's emotional readiness with more care and consideration than most adults brought to anything, and felt the particular fierce ache again, the love and something more. "I'll write to him," Remus said. "Through Creech." Harry nodded. "Tell him," he stopped. Started again. "Tell him I know he would have looked after me. That I know it wasn't his fault." A pause. "Tell him I'm all right. He'll be glad to hear that. And tell him," Harry looked up, and something in his face was very young and very unguarded in that moment, "tell him I want to meet him. When he's ready." Remus wrote the letter that evening. He sat at the kitchen table after Harry was in bed and wrote it in longhand, 3 pages, telling Sirius everything, the Pack Rite, the York house, Kara, Harry's magic, Harry's mind, Harry's dawn blue room and his chocolate bars and his wolf drawing and his notes on the moon cycle and the way he made eggs with broken yolks and called it a work in progress. He wrote, "He has your laugh. I didn't expect that. James's grin and Lily's eyes and your laugh, this specific laugh he does when something actually surprises him, a short, startled sound, completely unguarded. It's yours exactly. I don't know how that's possible but there it is." He wrote, "He told me to tell you he wants to meet you when you're ready. You should know that when Harry decides something, he means it completely. There's no performance in him. He wants to know his godfather." He wrote, "Come back to us, Sirius. We're here." He sealed the letter and sent it by Kara's owl, reliable, discreet, experienced with Azkaban's wards, because Kara was nothing if not prepared for everything, and sat back in the kitchen's evening quiet. The bond in his chest was warm. Upstairs, Harry was asleep. Outside, York went about its autumn night. The reply came 3 weeks later. Creech forwarded it, a single sheet of Azkaban's grey paper in Sirius's handwriting, which Remus recognized and which looked different from what he remembered, smaller somehow, more contained, the handwriting of someone who had learned not to take up too much space. But the words were serious. "Moony. You absolute, wonderful, infuriating man. You went and got him. Of course you did. Of course you're the one who went and got him. Tell him, Christ, Remus, tell him, I used to hold him when he was a baby and he used to grab my finger and he had this look of absolute outrage that I existed, like he couldn't believe the world had produced something so unreasonable. Tell him that. Tell him I've thought about him every day. I'm not mad. I want you to know that specifically. I know what Azkaban is supposed to do and it's done a lot of things but it hasn't taken my mind, which I attribute to having something to be angry about rather than just sad. Anger burns cleaner than grief. I learned that in here. Tell Harry I'm ready to meet him whenever he says. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to get out, and I'm coming to York, and I'm going to eat everything in your fridge and be unreasonably loud and probably drive Kara Aldrich completely mad, and it's going to be extraordinary. Don't let Dumbledore do anything clever in the meantime. Padfoot Remus read it sitting at the table with his morning tea, and then put his arms on the table and put his head down and laughed, actually laughed, the surprised, involuntary kind that Sirius had always been able to produce in him. Harry came downstairs to find him like that. What happened? Harry said. Remus lifted his head. He was grinning. He was aware that he was grinning and didn't do anything about it. Sirius wrote back. Harry sat down across from him. And? Remus slid the letter across the table. Harry read it carefully, the way he read everything, with his finger tracing under the lines. When he got to the part about the finger and the absolute outrage, something happened in his face, quick, real, gone before it fully formed, the way the biggest feelings moved through him when they caught him off guard. He read to the end. Set the letter down. Looked at Remus. He said he thought about me every day, Harry said. Yes. Harry looked at the letter again, briefly. Then at the table. Then up. I thought about him too, he said. I didn't know who he was, but I used to think, in the cupboard, sometimes, that there should be someone. That there was supposed to be someone. He paused. I thought I'd made it up. You hadn't, Remus said. Harry nodded once, a definitive nod, the kind that meant he was putting something somewhere safe inside himself. He sounds like trouble, Harry said. The worst kind, Remus agreed. Harry smiled, wide and real, completely James, and reached for the letter and read the Padfoot signature again with the look of someone memorizing. Outside the York windows, autumn was turning toward winter, and somewhere in Azkaban a wrongly imprisoned man was working on getting out. He was going to make it. Remus was absolutely certain. Chapter 5, What Dumbledore Wants. The letter from Hogwarts came on a Tuesday in March. Not Harry's Hogwarts letter, that was still 3 years away. This was a different kind of letter, formal and headmaster-headed, requesting that Remus bring Harry to Hogwarts for what Dumbledore called an informal educational discussion. The phrasing was careful. The politeness was practiced. Underneath both, Remus could hear the thing that wasn't being said, which was that Dumbledore had been patient for 8 months and had run out of patience. He showed it to Harry, because he showed Harry everything. Harry read it and handed it back. He wants to talk about my education. Among other things. He wants to check on me, Harry said. Not accusatory, just factual. Make sure things are how he'd want them. Probably. Harry looked at the letter and then at Remus. I don't mind going, he said. But I want to be clear about some things while I'm there. Such as? That I'm not going to be managed. He said it simply, the way he said most things. He's very good at making you feel like the conversation is going the way you want when it's actually going the way he wants. I've been thinking about that. Remus looked at his 8-year-old, who had been thinking about Dumbledore's conversational techniques, and felt the specific sensation of being simultaneously impressed and completely unsurprised. When did you start thinking about that? He said. After we visited last time, Harry said. I've been reading about it. Reading about conversational manipulation. Reading about negotiation, Harry said, with a precision that made the distinction. Kara has books on it. She said they were relevant to pack politics. He paused. They're relevant to Dumbledore too. Remus thought about Kara and her extensive personal library and made a note to have a word with her about the rate at which she was arming Harry intellectually, and then decided against it because she was doing exactly right. They went on a Thursday, March, greening the Hogwarts grounds after a long winter. The castle was different in spring, less fortress, more living thing, the stone warmed by light that had some actual warmth in it for once. Harry walked up through the grounds with the attentiveness he always brought to the castle, which he'd now visited 4 times and which he approached each time like an ongoing project of understanding. He'd been quiet on the journey. Not withdrawn, Remus knew the difference, had learned the full vocabulary of Harry's silences, but the focused, interior quiet of someone preparing. You don't have to say anything you don't want to say, Remus told him as they reached the entrance steps. I know, Harry said. But I'm going to say a lot of things I want to say. The gargoyle let them up. The moving staircase. The familiar door. Dumbledore was behind his desk, and there was someone else in the office. Severus Snape stood by the window with a cup of tea and the expression of a man who had agreed to be somewhere and was managing his feelings about it. He was 35, dark-haired, with the particular quality of stillness that came from a person who had learned early that drawing attention to yourself was dangerous. He looked at Remus with a neutrality that had required work to achieve, and then he looked at Harry. Something moved across his face. Very fast, very controlled, gone almost before it registered. Remus caught it anyway. He'd had years of practice reading Snape's face for the brief moments when the control slipped. Harry looked at Snape with the measuring look and filed him. Severus, Dumbledore said, you remember Remus. And this is Harry. I know who he is, Snape said. His voice was exactly as Remus remembered, low, precise, with an edge that could have been contempt or self-protection and was probably both. "Hello," Harry said. Snape looked at him. "You look like your father." "So I'm told," Harry said. "You knew him?" "We were at school together." "Were you friends?" A pause. "No." "What were you?" Snape considered this with the expression of a man encountering a question he hadn't prepared for. "Complicated," he said finally. Harry nodded, apparently satisfied with this, and turned to look at Fawkes, who had lifted his head and made the low musical acknowledgement he always made for Harry. Harry held out his hand and Fawkes stepped onto his wrist with the steady, weighted trust of a bird making a deliberate choice, and Harry looked at him with the quiet intensity he reserved for things he found genuinely extraordinary. Snape watched this. Dumbledore watched Snape watch this. Remus watched everyone and sat down. "Tea?" Dumbledore offered. "Please," Harry said, still looking at Fawkes. "Not too much milk." Dumbledore made tea with the unruffled air of a man who had been making tea for difficult conversations for 60 years and found it a reliable anchor. He handed Harry a cup. Harry accepted it without looking away from Fawkes, which required some coordination, and settled back in his chair. "I wanted to discuss your education, Harry," Dumbledore began. "I know," Harry said. He transferred Fawkes back to the perch with a care the Phoenix seemed to appreciate, and turned to face the desk. "Go ahead." Snape made a sound that was not quite a laugh. "Very quiet." Remus was fairly sure he was the only one who caught it. "Remus has been overseeing your magical development," Dumbledore said. "And from what I understand, your progress has been remarkable." "It's been good," Harry agreed, without false modesty or performance. "I'm told you're already working with intentional magic rather than purely accidental." "At 8 years old, Kara's been working with me on it," Harry said. "She knows the old protocols. The pack magic is different from standard wand work, but it's compatible. They layer." He paused. "I've been reading about it." "Of course you have," Dumbledore said, and there was genuine warmth in it. "What are you reading?" Harry listed 3 texts. One of them made Snape put down his teacup and look at Harry with an expression that had shifted from careful neutrality to something more alert. "That text is restricted," Snape said. "I know," Harry said. "Kara has it. It's restricted because it covers magical theory that most trained adults find difficult." "I know," Harry said. "Some of it I had to read twice." Snape looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked serene, which meant he was very carefully not having any particular expression. "Harry," Dumbledore said, returning to his prepared conversation with the flexibility of a man redirecting a river, "I wanted to talk about what happens when you come to Hogwarts. In 3 years. It's not too early to think about it." "I've been thinking about it," Harry said. "Good. There are certain considerations. Around your safety, around your public profile. The wizarding world knows who you are, and your arrival at Hogwarts will attract a degree of attention." "I know," Harry said. "It would be useful to think about how to manage that attention. Whether to keep certain aspects of your abilities, and your circumstances, less visible, at least initially." Remus was watching Harry. Harry was looking at Dumbledore with an expression of polite, absolute attention. He waited until Dumbledore had finished the thought. Then he said, very calmly, "You mean hide what I can do?" "Not hide," Dumbledore said. "Calibrate." "That's the same thing," Harry said. "Different word." A silence. "Why?" Harry said. "Because ability without strategy is—" "I'm not asking about ability without strategy," Harry said. "I'm asking why hiding what I am from people I'm going to live with for 7 years is good strategy." He paused. "Kara says that appearing weaker than you are works in short-term negotiations but costs you in long-term ones because people build their behavior around what they think you are, and undoing that is harder than establishing honestly from the start." Snape had stopped pretending to look at something else. He was watching Harry with the full, sharp attention of a person who had been surprised in a way he found interesting. "Kara Aldridge is a wise woman," Dumbledore said. "She is," Harry agreed. "So I'd like to understand the argument for hiding, because I haven't heard a good one yet." Dumbledore looked at him for a moment, really looked, the way he rarely let himself fully look at things because the headmaster's warmth and the chess player's calculation usually occupied the same space. This was the look underneath both, older and quieter. "You're afraid," Harry said, gently, "that if people know what I can do, it will change things. The way they respond to me. What they'll want from me. Among other considerations," Dumbledore said. "But people already want things from me," Harry said. "I'm Harry Potter. They want that before they know anything else about me." He looked at Dumbledore steadily. "So the question isn't whether to have a public identity. It's whether my public identity is true or false." He paused. "I'd rather have a true one." The room was very quiet. Snape had set his cup down and was looking at the ceiling, which Remus recognized as the expression of someone conducting an internal recalibration. "You've given this a great deal of thought," Dumbledore said. "Remus gives me information," Harry said. "And Kara. And you do too, when you talk to me like I can handle it." He met Dumbledore's eyes. "I can handle more than people keep assuming." "I know," Dumbledore said. "And I think you're right, in principle. My concern is," he stopped, organized his words, "the prophecy creates a pressure that is difficult to account for in a normal calculation. There is a specific shape to the threat, and I have spent a great deal of time considering how to navigate it." "Tell me the prophecy," Harry said. Silence. "You know about it," Harry said. "Remus knows some of it. I'd like to know all of it." Dumbledore looked at Remus. Remus said nothing. He'd made it clear, months ago, that this was Harry's call. Dumbledore turned back to Harry. He was quiet for a long moment. Then, "You are 8 years old." "I know," Harry said, with the same equanimity he always brought to that observation. "Tell me anyway." Another silence. Longer this time. Dumbledore, who had won more arguments than almost anyone alive, sat behind his desk and looked at this 8-year-old who had straight green eyes and his mother's absolute intractable moral courage and whatever particular thing he'd grown into in a York house with a wolf and a sharp Welsh woman, and made a decision. He told him the prophecy. All of it. He recited it from memory in the quiet of the office, the words falling into the room with the weight of things that had been carried a long time. Harry listened without interrupting. When Dumbledore finished, Harry sat for a moment. Then, "Power he knows not," he said. "What do you think that is?" "I have theories," Dumbledore said. "So do I," Harry said. He glanced at Remus, briefly. "The pack magic. The combination of it with whatever Mum's sacrifice left in me. It's not a standard magical signature. Kara says Voldemort wouldn't know anything about it, he worked entirely in conventional magic, dark or otherwise." Snape had straightened very slightly. "That's a cogent reading," Dumbledore said slowly. "It's not the only possible one," Harry said. "But it fits." He looked at Dumbledore. "I'm not afraid of the prophecy. I want you to know that. I'm not, it doesn't make me feel trapped." He paused, working something out. "It makes me feel like there's a direction. I can work with a direction." Dumbledore looked at him for a very long time. "Lily would have liked you very much," he said, and his voice had something in it that wasn't performance. "I know," Harry said. "Remus tells me things about her." He paused. "You should tell me things about her too, sometime. You knew her differently to how Remus did." "I would like that," Dumbledore said. "Good," Harry said. Snape made the sound again, the not quite laugh, quieter this time. Remus looked at him and Snape met his eyes, briefly, and looked away. Something had shifted in him during this conversation. Not warmth, Snape didn't do warmth, or hadn't, historically, but attention. The specific quality of attention a very intelligent person gave to something they decided was worth understanding. After Dumbledore, they walked the castle. Dumbledore had suggested it, a tour, he'd said, as though Harry hadn't already memorized most of the publicly accessible areas from previous visits. But Harry had agreed immediately, because he wanted something different from this visit, and he got it when Dumbledore said he had letters to attend to and sent Snape with them instead. Snape walked them through the castle with the bearing of a man doing something he'd agreed to and wasn't going to be theatrical about. He was quiet between rooms, and Harry matched his pace with no apparent effort and was quiet too, which seemed to disconcert Snape slightly. "Potions is in the dungeons," Snape said, as they passed the staircase leading down. "I know," Harry said. "I've read the school history." He paused. "Can we go down?" Snape looked at him. "Most students avoid the dungeons." "I know," Harry said. "That seems like a reason to go." Snape went down the staircase. Harry followed without hesitation. Remus followed both of them. The potions classroom was empty and cool, long wooden tables, the shelves of ingredients, the faint smell of something astringent and complex that Remus remembered from 2 decades of sitting in this room. Harry walked in and looked around with his systematic attention, moving to the nearest shelf and reading ingredient labels without touching anything. "You brew?" Snape said. "I've started. Remus knows basic potions, the wolfsbane, a few others. Car is better." He moved along the shelf. "I can follow a recipe but I don't understand the underlying principles yet. Why things interact the way they do. That's an EWT level understanding," Snape said. Harry turned around and looked at him. "Is that a reason not to start?" Snape looked at him for a moment. Then, with the specific tone of a man making a concession he hadn't planned to make, "The principles derive from the magical properties of the ingredients themselves, which interact according to their core magical nature rather than their physical properties. This is why potions is distinct from standard spell work," he paused, "and why it requires a particular kind of patience." "I have patience," Harry said. "Most children don't." "I'm not most children," Harry said, without arrogance, just fact. Snape studied him. "No," he said. "You're not." He moved to his desk and opened a drawer and produced a thin, worn book that was clearly personal, handwritten notes in the margins, the cover repaired with spell work. He held it for a moment and then put it back. "When you come to Hogwarts," he said, "don't tell anyone I said this." "Said what?" "Come to potions wanting to understand, not to perform understanding. Most students perform." He looked at Harry. "You apparently don't." "I don't see the point of it," Harry said. "Precisely," Snape said. And that was the end of that, apparently, because he walked back out of the classroom and up the stairs with the air of a man who had said what he'd decided to say. In the corridor outside, Harry fell back half a step to walk beside Remus and said, quietly, "He's sad." "Yes," Remus said. "About Mum." Remus looked at him. "What makes you say that?" "The way he looked when you said her name earlier." "In Dumbledore's office." Harry was watching Snape's back ahead of them. He was trying not to. "Your mother and Snape were friends," Remus said carefully. "When they were young. It didn't stay simple." "None of it did," Harry said. Then, after a pause, "He's not going to be easy." "No. He's going to try to see Dad when he looks at me." "Probably." "I'll deal with it," Harry said matter-of-factly. "I know you will." "But you could tell him," Harry said, "that I'm not Dad. Just, if the opportunity comes up. You don't have to make a thing of it." Remus looked down at him. "I'll tell him." Harry nodded and returned to his regular pace, and they caught up to Snape at the entrance to the defense corridor, who looked back at them with the expression of someone who had been thinking during the pause. "You'll need a wand," Snape said. "Before you start Hogwarts." Some wandless work is one thing, but the formal curriculum requires a wand. I know, Harry said. We're going to Ollivander's before we go home. He'll have something unusual to say, Snape said. It wasn't quite a warning. Something more like preparation. He usually does, Harry said, which made it sound as if he had a great deal of experience with Ollivander, which he didn't, which was purely bluff, which it wasn't, because Harry didn't bluff, but he delivered it with a composure that made Snape look at him briefly and then look away. They went to Ollivander's in the afternoon. The shop was as Remus remembered, narrow, dusty, boxes stacked to the ceiling, and Ollivander himself emerging from between the shelves with the light step and the silver eyes that still managed to be unsettling regardless of how many times you'd encountered them. He looked at Remus. Looked at Harry. His eyes stayed on Harry. Mr. Potter, he said. He said it with the particular quality he brought to things he'd been expecting, neither surprised nor performatively surprised, just acknowledging. Mr. Ollivander, Harry said. Your parents' wands. Mahogany and willow. I remember every wand I've ever made. He moved closer, studying Harry with the unself-conscious intensity of a craftsman assessing materials. But you, he tilted his head, you're not here for a straightforward matching. What am I here for? Harry said, genuinely curious rather than testing. Your magic has two signatures, Ollivander said. I can feel it from here. Standard wizarding and something older, pre-ministry, pre-structured. Pack. He said the last word with the respect of a man who knew what it meant. I've made wands for pack-bonded wizards before. Very rarely. They require cores that can hold both natures. What cores work? Harry said. That depends on the wizard. Ollivander turned back to his shelves. We'll try several. You'll know. They tried 11 wands over the next 40 minutes. 7 did nothing. 2 did interesting things, 1 produced a warm light, 1 made the dusty shop air briefly smell of forest, and 1, a willow and dragon heartstring, made every box within arm's reach fall off the shelves at once, which Harry caught about a third of before they hit the floor, without seeming to decide to. Interesting reflexes, Ollivander observed. Sorry, Harry said. Don't be. He put the fallen boxes back with a sweep of his own wand and disappeared deeper into the shelves. He came back with a single box, and he was holding it with both hands in a way that was different from how he'd carried the others. I made this 17 years ago, he said. Holly. 11 inches. Supple. He opened the box. The wand was warm-looking, reddish gold in the afternoon light. The core is unusual. Phoenix feather, which you'll know carries specific power. But this particular feather, he paused, is from a phoenix who shed it at the height of the fox bonding song. A feather given freely, not taken. That distinction matters. He held it out to Harry. Harry took it. The shop went warm. Not aggressively, the same warmth Harry's magic produced when he was focused and settled, the warmth that had pressed into the grain of the kitchen table, the warmth that had gathered in the garden. It spread outward from his hand, through the shop, steady and even and real. The dust motes in the air around Harry moved. Slowly, arranged themselves, fell into a brief pattern, not random drift but something intentional, something the magic was doing without being asked, and then dispersed. Ollivander was watching with his silver eyes absolutely still. Yes, he said. That's the one. Harry held it for a moment, getting the measure of it. He looked entirely comfortable with it, which was not how most first-time wand holders looked, most had an awkwardness, a sense of the unfamiliar. Harry held it like something he'd been reaching for. Curious, Ollivander said, quietly. What? Harry said. The phoenix who donated the tail feather for your wand, gave just 2 feathers. 1 went to another wand. A wand that did great things, he paused, and his voice was very precise, and terrible things. The shop was very quiet. Voldemort's wand, Harry said. Ollivander nodded once. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. He turned it over once, slowly, and then looked up at Ollivander. "That doesn't bother me," he said. "It should give you pause," Ollivander said. "It gives me information," Harry said. "That's different from pause." He looked at the wand again. "It chose a dark wizard once and a better path now. That's a history I can work with." Ollivander looked at him for a long moment. "You are not what I expected," he said. "I know," Harry said, not unkindly. "What do I owe you?" They left Ollivander's in the late afternoon, the wand in Harry's pocket, the low sun stretching long shadows across Diagon Alley. Harry had been quiet since the shop, not withdrawn but processing, the interior quiet that meant something was settling. "The brother wand," Remus said. "I know what it means," Harry said. "We're connected. We'll always be connected, him and me." He paused. "But it's my wand. Not his. It chose me because of what I am, not because of what he is." "That's the right way to read it," Remus said. "I'm going to kill him eventually," Harry said. He said it with no drama, just a matter-of-fact quality, the way he said things he'd thought through and arrived at clearly. "Not now. Not for a long time. But eventually. Because of what he did, and because of what the prophecy says, and because," a pause, "because he took everything from you too, and from Sirius, and it should be answered." Remus stopped walking. Harry stopped a step ahead and turned around. "I need you to know," Remus said, "that you are not obligated by my grief. That is not your responsibility." "I know," Harry said. "I'm not doing it for your grief. I'm doing it because it's what's right." He looked at Remus steadily. "There's a difference." Remus looked at him. "I'm not afraid of it," Harry said. "I'm not in a hurry for it either. But I'm not going to pretend it's not coming." He tilted his head slightly. "You always say tell me the real thing." "That's the real thing." Remus breathed in. "Yes," he said. "All right. Good." Harry turned back and kept walking. "Can we get food before we flew home? I want to try the place with the hot pastries." Remus caught up with him and they walked together through the evening Diagon Alley crowd, Harry slightly ahead, hands in his pockets, new wand beside him, looking around with the alert satisfaction of someone having a good day that had included hard things and was not diminished by them. They got the pastries. Harry ate 2 immediately and wrapped a third for the journey. On the flow home, Harry went first, which he'd started insisting on recently, wanting to be through first, positioned, which Remus recognized as an instinct the pack magic had settled in him, the awareness of entry points and positioning. He'd mentioned it to Kara, who'd said yes, and said it as if it should have been obvious, which to her apparently it was. Remus came through into the kitchen 30 seconds behind him and found Kara at the table with 2 cups of tea already made, looking at them both. "Well," she said. "Eventful," Remus said. "Harry?" Harry set down his wrapped pastry and pulled out his new wand and set it on the table beside it. Kara looked at the wand for a moment. "Ollivander's own recommendation?" "Yes," Harry said. "What core?" "Phoenix feather." He paused. "Fox's feather." Kara looked at Remus. "The brother wand," Remus said. Kara was quiet for a moment, and then she picked up her tea and drank from it, which was how she handled things she needed a second to settle. "Holly and phoenix feather," she said. "Good pairing for what you are." "That's what Ollivander said," Harry agreed. He sat down and pulled his pastry toward him. "Dumbledore told me the prophecy." Kara looked at Remus with an expression that was extremely controlled. "He asked," Remus said. "He asked and Dumbledore just," Harry asked, Remus said, with a slight emphasis on the first word. Kara turned back to Harry, who was eating his pastry with the focused attention he brought to good food. She looked at him for a moment. And I'm not afraid of it," Harry said. "We talked about the pack magic as the power he knows not. It fits. It does, Kara said. I also met Snape. What did you think? Harry considered. He's going to be hard work, he said. But he's worth it. He paused. He knows things. He just doesn't always want to share them. He's a private person, Remus said. He's a defensive person, Harry said, more precisely. Which isn't the same thing. He finished his pastry and dusted his hands. I told Remus to tell him I'm not Dad. Did you? Kara said. Someone needed to, Harry said. That evening, after Harry was in bed, Kara and Remus sat in the kitchen with the last of the tea. He asked Dumbledore for the prophecy, Kara said. At 8 years old. Yes. And Dumbledore told him. He did. Kara turned her mug. Because there was no other reasonable option, she said. Not with Harry. No, Remus agreed. He's changing the shape of things, Kara said. Not intentionally. But every interaction he has, Dumbledore, Snape, Ollivander, he doesn't fit into the role they prepared for, so they have to recalibrate. She paused. That's going to keep happening. Every person who comes into his orbit is going to have to decide whether to see him or to see Harry Potter the concept. Most will choose correctly, Remus said. Some won't, Kara said. Especially when he gets to Hogwarts. She paused. We need to think about that. 3 years, Remus said. 3 years goes fast, Kara said. And Sirius will be out before that. She looked at Remus. Have you thought about what that's going to look like? I think about it every day. He's going to be, not what you remember, she said carefully. Azkaban does specific things. I know. And Harry will need to meet someone who is genuinely damaged, who loves him, who he's never met, who is connected to the worst thing that happened to his family. She paused. That's a complicated dynamic. Harry's handled every complicated dynamic he's encountered, Remus said. So far, Kara said. So far, Remus agreed. He went up to check on Harry before he went to bed, as he always did. Harry was asleep on his side, the new wand on the nightstand beside his glasses. The dawn-blue walls were dark in the low light, and the window showed the York rooftops and the sky going deep blue toward the first stars. Remus stood in the doorway. Harry stirred, the way he sometimes did when Remus checked on him, not waking, just the pack awareness registering proximity, the bond acknowledging. His breathing stayed deep and even. Remus looked at the wand on the nightstand. Holly and Phoenix Feather, brother to the darkest wand ever made, in the hand of the most undefinable child he'd ever known. A child who had sat across from Albus Dumbledore at 8 years old and asked for the prophecy and gotten it, and come home and eaten a pastry and said he wasn't afraid, and meant it entirely. He thought about Voldemort, wherever he was, diminished, waiting, patient in the way of something that hadn't died and knew it hadn't died. He thought about the long arc of what was coming. And then he thought about Harry, here, now, in this room, 7 years from the worst of it. 7 years to grow. He was going to be extraordinary. He pulled the door to and went to bed, and the house settled around him, and outside in the York dark the stars moved in their old indifferent arcs. Downstairs in the kitchen, on the table, the holly wand sat in the quiet and the moonlight lay across it like something that had been placed there deliberately. Chapter 6, Fenrir's offer. The meeting with Fenrir Greyback happened on a Tuesday in October, 3 weeks after the Hogwarts visit, in a village in the Cairngorms that didn't appear on any Muggle map and had been werewolf territory since before the Ministry existed. Remus went alone. Harry had pushed for information until the night before departure, extracting everything Remus knew about Greyback's history, his pack structure, his political position in the werewolf community, his relationship with Voldemort during the war. He'd asked sharp questions and listened to the answers with the focused completeness he brought to things that mattered, and when he'd run out of questions he'd sat for a moment and then said, "Be honest with him." Not trusting, honest. There's a difference. He'll know if you're performing. I know, Remus had said. And don't accept anything that costs us something we haven't agreed to cost. I know that too. Harry had looked at him steadily. I know you know, he said. I'm saying it anyway. So Remus arrived in the Cairngorms village on a grey Tuesday morning carrying nothing except his wand and the particular quality of readiness that came from knowing exactly who he was and what he was willing to do, and walked through a street of low stone buildings until he found the one that smelled right. The door opened before he knocked. Fenrir Greyback was not what the Ministry wanted people to think he was. The Ministry's file on Greyback, which Remus had read, through Creech, through channels that were not strictly official, presented him as a creature, something barely contained, all appetite and violence. The file's language was consistent and deliberate and wrong in the specific way that powerful people wrote about things they wanted to make into weapons, flatten them, make them simple, make them frightening, make them useful. The man who stood in the doorway was in his 60s, heavily built, with iron-gray hair and a face that had been carved by decades of transformation, the particular weathering of a werewolf who had spent many years not taking the wolfsbane, who had let the wolf run fully and come back and let it run again. His eyes were amber, which was common in older werewolves, the wolf sitting close to the surface. He was wearing ordinary clothes, heavy trousers, a wool shirt, boots. He looked like what he was, which was a man who had lived a very hard life and was still standing. He looked at Remus with those amber eyes and Remus looked back. Lupin, Greyback said. Greyback, Remus said. Neither of them moved for a moment. It was an assessment, the kind that happened below language, the wolf in each of them reading the other, taking measure, deciding things that would shape the conversation before a word of it had been spoken. Greyback stepped back and let Remus in. The interior was simple and organized, stone walls, a fire, a heavy wooden table with 2 chairs already positioned facing each other. No theater, no display of power through environment. The bare minimum staging of a man who let himself be the display. There were 2 other people in the room, standing back against the walls. Both werewolves, both younger, both watching Remus with the wariness of people in the presence of something they'd been told to be wary of. He filed them without looking directly at them, peripheral awareness, the same skill Harry was learning in the garden. He sat down. Greyback sat across from him. You want tea? Greyback said. No thank you. I'll have some. He poured it himself, unhurried, not performing ease but genuinely untroubled. I'm going to talk plainly with you, he said, wrapping both hands around the mug. Because I don't have time for the other kind and I don't think you're here for it either. Go ahead, Remus said. You invoked a pack right on Harry Potter. Greyback looked at him steadily. Full right. Alpha claim. On the most significant magical child born in this century. He paused. Why? Because he was being harmed and the bond was there, Remus said. The bond, Greyback repeated. Yes. You felt it from outside the house. From the street. Greyback turned his mug slowly. I've invoked 4 pack rights in my life, he said. The bond presents differently every time, some are instinct, some are recognition, some are need. What was it for you? Remus thought about standing on the pavement outside number 4 and the wolf hauling him to a stop. All 3, he said. Greyback nodded once, as if this confirmed something. Here's what I want you to understand, he said. Not a threat, information. He looked at Remus with the directness of a man who had operated outside polite society for so long that politeness had become a foreign language, not unpleasant, just not native. What you've done has a weight that you may not fully appreciate yet. The pack right on a child of that magical signature doesn't just make you his father. It makes you an alpha with a marked claim on the most powerful magical bloodline in Britain. That has meaning in our community that goes beyond the 2 of you. I understand that, Remus said. Do you? Not aggressive. Genuinely asking. Because you've spent your life operating at the Ministry's allowed level. You've accepted what they say werewolves are. The registry, the restrictions, the monthly check-ins, the permission to exist in specific ways. He set down his mug. You invoked a right they couldn't stop and used a legal precedent they didn't want to acknowledge and walked into Azkaban testimony proceedings and argued your standing in a ministry courtroom. He paused. That's not a man operating at the ministry's allowed level. Remus was quiet. I want to know which man you are, Greyback said. The one who's been small for 10 years by choice, or the one who's been small because he forgot he had a choice. The fire crackled. Somewhere outside wind moved through the cairngorm's heather. The second one, Remus said. Greyback looked at him for a long moment. Then something happened in his face, not warmth, not approval exactly, but a kind of recognition. Right, he said. Then we can have an actual conversation. What followed was the most complex political discussion Remus had ever sat through, and he'd sat through ministry hearings. Greyback was not Voldemort's creature, that was the first thing to establish, and Greyback established it with the precision of someone who had thought about how he was perceived and wanted specific misperceptions corrected. He had worked with Voldemort during the war, yes. He was direct about this. His pack had attacked on Voldemort's behalf, and he didn't perform regret about the wizard casualties, but neither did he perform pride about the children he'd bitten, which Remus raised directly and Greyback met without deflecting. I created soldiers, Greyback said. For a war I believed would change werewolf standing in Britain. I was wrong about Voldemort's intentions toward our community and right about the war being necessary. He looked at Remus. I'm not asking for your forgiveness. I'm telling you what was true. The children, Remus said. Greyback held his gaze. We're wrong, he said. It came out flat and complete, with no surrounding softness. Not strategically, morally. I've known that for a long time. He paused. You were one. I was 4 years old, Remus said. I know how old you were. The room was very still. Why? Remus said. Greyback looked at the fire for a moment. When he looked back his face was the same, controlled and weathered, but something in the eyes had changed. Because I was 25 and I believed that building a pack meant claiming the ones who would be strongest, and I was absolutely wrong about what that meant and what it cost. He paused. I'm 63 years old, Lupin. I've had time to be wrong about a great many things. Remus sat with this. I'm not asking you to, he stopped. I'm not asking for anything about that. I'm asking you what you want from me. I want to offer you something, Greyback said. Not alliance, that's too strong a word for 2 alpha packs. Recognition. Your claim on the Potter boy is acknowledged in my pack's territory. My pack's established claims are acknowledged by you. No aggression between us. He paused. And I want access to the neutral packs. Why? Because you've already approached them, Greyback said. Kara Aldridge's contacts. I know you've been reaching out. He looked at Remus steadily. The ministry is moving toward new restrictions. I've seen the draft legislation. They want to expand the registry requirements, limit pack gatherings, reduce the independent territory provisions. He spread both hands flat on the table. That matters to all of us. All 7 packs. But the neutrals won't talk to me because of the war. They might talk to you. Remus looked at him. You want me to broker communication between your pack and the neutral packs. I want us both in the room, Greyback said. That's all. A room. A conversation. About legislation that will affect every werewolf in Britain, including the child you've claimed. Remus thought about this. He thought about Kara's books on negotiation and what Harry had said about honesty versus trust being different things. He thought about the neutral packs, 3 of them, sitting in deliberate separation from both sides, waiting. What does Harry get out of this? Remus said. Greyback looked at him. Say that again. You're asking for access to the neutral packs, Remus said. I'm asking what Harry gets. Not what you get, not what I get, what does the child at the center of this arrangement receive from it? The two wolves against the wall had gone very still. Greyback was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, something happened at the corner of his mouth that wasn't quite a smile but was in the same family. A community, he said. A werewolf community that isn't defined by the ministry's allowed version of what we are. That knows his claim is real. That'll stand behind the right regardless of what the ministry decides to do about it in 10 years. He paused. When Voldemort comes back, and he will come back, Harry Potter is going to need more than one wizard on his side. He's going to need us. Remus looked at him. You believe Voldemort's coming back, Remus said. I know he's coming back, Greyback said. I can feel it. The way I could feel it building the first time, a wrongness, a pressure. It's there. He held Remus's gaze. You feel it too. He did. He'd been not thinking about it, the low background hum of wrongness that had started, barely noticeable, maybe 8 months ago. He'd filed it as general anxiety and not looked at it directly, because looking at it meant thinking about what it meant, and what it meant was too large to think about while also getting a small traumatized child settled into the first safe home he'd ever had. He looked at it now. Yes, he said. Then we're agreed on the timeline, Greyback said. Which means 7 years. Maybe 6. Before it becomes a crisis. He leaned forward slightly. Your boy will be at Hogwarts by then. In the middle of it. And he can be there as the child of a recognized alpha of an established pack with community behind him, or he can be there as a registered ward of a lone wolf with ministry restrictions on his guardian's movements. He paused. One of those is better. Remus thought about Harry at his window. About the prophecy and the wand and the brother wand and the dust motes arranging themselves. About Kara saying he's changing the shape of things. About the specific kind of power that needed room to be itself, that couldn't be caged in small politics. I want it in writing, Remus said. The mutual recognition. The territory acknowledgement. Everything specific. I expected that, Greyback said. I want Kara Aldridge to review the terms before anything is signed. Fine. And I want it clear that Harry is not a political asset to be deployed. Not yours, not mine. His choices are his own. Greyback looked at him steadily. I know what a pack right means, Lupin. I've invoked 4. The right exists to protect the child, not use them. He paused. You're not the only person in this room who understands that. I'm the only one in this room who needs to say it explicitly, Remus said. Because he's mine. The word landed. Clean and absolute. Greyback nodded once. He's yours, he said. That's not in question. They spent another hour on specifics, which were dense and occasionally contentious and required 2 revisions of one particular clause about territorial notification protocols that Greyback's lieutenant, a young woman named Sable who turned out to be the most meticulous person in the room, kept finding issues with. Remus found himself respecting the precision, even as he pushed back on 3 substantive points and won 2 of them. When they shook hands at the door, Greyback held the grip for a moment. The child, he said. You said he's strong. He's extraordinary, Remus said. Something moved in the amber eyes. You said that the way I used to think about mine, Greyback said. Before I confused strength with weapon. He released Remus's hand. Don't make that mistake. I won't, Remus said. He operated back to a point outside York and walked the rest of the way, letting the morning move through him, the cold October air sharp and real. He walked through the city streets with the meeting settling in him, sorting through it, extracting what mattered. Harry met him at the door. Of course Harry met him at the door. He was in a coat, which meant he'd been planning to come out and look for Remus if he didn't arrive within the next 10 minutes, which was the expression on his face, relief calibrated by the need to not appear too relieved, which Harry managed with varying success. You're late, Harry said. By 20 minutes. 23. Remus came inside. The house was warm, the kitchen smelling of whatever Kara had been cooking, and Harry fell into step beside him with the walking conversation manner he'd developed when he had things to ask and wanted to ask them in motion. "Tell me everything," Harry said. Remus told him everything. He sat at the kitchen table with tea and Harry across from him and Kara standing at the counter, and gave it all: Greyback's appearance, the acknowledgement terms, the legislative concern, the territorial recognition, the specific exchange about Harry. Harry listened without interrupting. "He said he's yours," Harry said. "About me?" "Yes." "Did he mean it?" "I believe so." Harry was quiet for a moment. "What did you feel when you were with him?" Remus thought about this. "That he's genuinely dangerous and genuinely complicated, and that both of those things are true at the same time," he said. "That he's done harm he knows was wrong and hasn't resolved it and isn't pretending he has. That he's old enough to be strategic about things he was brutal about when he was younger." He paused. "That he's not lying about the legislation or about Voldemort returning." Harry had gone still at the last thing. "He can feel it too," Harry said. "Not a question." "Yes." Harry looked at his hands on the table, flat, both of them. "I've been feeling something," he said. "For a few months. I didn't say anything because I wasn't sure what it was." He looked up at Remus. "But it's there. Something wrong, very far away, like bad weather that's still over the horizon." Kara set down her spoon. "When did it start?" Remus said. "Spring," Harry said. "Around March. Just a feeling." He paused. The wand might have made it clearer. "Since Ollivander's, it's been stronger. Not worse, clearer. Like having a word for something you'd only been feeling." Remus and Kara looked at each other. "The brother wand," Kara said. "Yes," Remus said. "He's connected to Voldemort through the wand even now," she said, keeping her voice even. "Not the wand, the feather. The same source." "I know what it is," Harry said. "I'm not frightened of it. But I want to know if there are ways to, not close it, but understand it. What information I'm getting versus what's just noise." "We can work on that," Kara said. She looked at Harry with the direct assessment she always gave him, and then added something she didn't add often: "You should have told us earlier." "I know," Harry said. He didn't apologize. He acknowledged. "I'll tell you things earlier." "Yes," Kara said. "You will." Harry accepted this and moved on. "The legislation Greyback mentioned," he said. "Can we get a copy of the draft?" "Creech can probably get it," Remus said. "Get it," Harry said. "I want to read it." He paused. "And the neutral pacts, have you written to all three?" "Two," Remus said. "The third is in Scotland, further north. Harder to reach." "Write to the third," Harry said. "Today if possible." He looked at Remus with the steady directness that was entirely his own. "Greyback's right that we need them in the room. But the room should be here. Not his territory, not neutral ground, here. On our terms." Kara raised an eyebrow. "They may not agree to come here." "They may not," Harry said. "But we ask. Our house, our terms, our hospitality. That's different from going to someone else's space." "He's 8, Kara said to Remus, not quite under her breath. "I'm aware," Remus said. "I can hear you," Harry said. Kara looked at him and then very deliberately poured him a cup of tea and set it in front of him, which was the closest she got to apology, and they all knew it. Harry took the cup and drank from it with the satisfaction of a point being made without words. 2 days later Harry made Kara stop what she was doing and come to the garden. Remus was already there, having been summoned 3 minutes prior by the bond, a low-level pull, the pack sense tugging at him from upstairs where he'd been reading, communicating not alarm but something like, "Come see this." Harry was in the center of the garden. He had his wand out. He'd had it for 2 weeks, and in those 2 weeks he'd been working with it carefully and privately. Remus could hear him upstairs in his room, the specific quality of concentration that Harry's magic had, the silence around it, but hadn't shown them anything. This was, apparently, his decision that he had something worth showing. He was standing with the wand held loosely, not the tight grip of someone still learning the physical relationship, and his face had the inward quality that meant he was fully in whatever he was doing. Remus stopped at the edge of the garden and waited. Harry raised his wand. The effect was immediate and comprehensive. The garden responded, not one element of it but all of it simultaneously, the grass standing, the light shifting, the air temperature rising and then finding a new equilibrium. The wolf warmth he'd always been able to produce, but now structured, directed, shaped by the wand into something with edges and intent. Then he changed what he was doing. The warmth focused and compressed and a sphere of golden light appeared at the tip of the wand, not a spark, not an accidental flash, a held, deliberate, sustained light that was both wizarding magic and pack magic at once, the two signatures woven together so completely that they were no longer distinguishable. It was warm and it was powerful and it was absolutely his. He held it for 30 seconds. Then he lowered the wand and it went out and he turned around. Kara was very still. Remus had his arms folded and was looking at Harry with an expression he wasn't managing particularly well. "What?" Harry said. "How long have you been working on that?" Remus said. "Since Ollivanders," Harry said. "I wanted to know if they'd combine or fight each other." "And?" "They combine," Harry said. "More than combine. The wand focuses it, but the pack magic," he looked at the wand in his hand, "it makes the focus stronger. Like they were designed to work together." "They weren't designed," Kara said. "They just fit." "Same result," Harry said. "Show me the other one," Kara said. Harry looked at her, then at Remus. "There's another one," Remus said. Harry looked slightly caught, which was rare enough to be interesting. "It's not refined," he said. "Show us anyway," Kara said. Harry turned back to the garden. He was still for a moment, longer this time, the settling deeper, going into the full stillness that preceded his most significant magic. The garden went very quiet. He raised his wand and did something different. The sphere of light appeared again, but this time it didn't stay contained, it expanded, slowly and evenly, spreading outward from the wand in a widening pulse, and as it moved it left something behind. Not visible, felt. A warmth that wasn't temperature but was information, the pack awareness in an expanded ring, taking in the whole garden and the wall and the house and the street beyond, and Remus felt it wash over him and felt it as it had felt in the garden before, the garden knowing itself, but larger, further, with more precision and more depth. The pulse reached the garden wall and kept going. Remus felt it move into the street and then 2 streets over and then further, and he stood in its wake and felt everything it had touched, every person, every presence, every living thing in a radius that kept growing, and it was not aggressive, not intrusive, it was just awareness, vast and warm and real. Then Harry pulled it back. He lowered the wand and the awareness contracted smoothly back to its normal level, and Harry stood in the garden looking slightly tired, which was new. He didn't normally show any strain from magical work. Kara looked at Remus. Remus looked at Kara. "Harry," Kara said, very carefully. "How far did that go?" Harry thought about it. "The market square," he said. "I could feel the market. The people, the stalls." He paused. "I didn't mean to go that far. I was aiming for the end of the street." "The market square is a 1/4 mile, Kara said. "I know," Harry said. "You're 8 years old," Kara said. "I know," Harry said. He looked at them both. "I told you it wasn't refined." Remus unfolded his arms. He walked into the garden and stood in front of Harry and looked at him, at this child with his wild dark hair and his too precise eyes and his wand held loosely at his side, tired from moving his awareness over a 1/4 mile of York, absolutely unfrightened by what he'd just done. "We need to work on the control before the power," Remus said. I know, Harry said. That's why I'm telling you now. You're telling us now, Kara said, because you've been doing this for 2 weeks and wanted to know the shape of it before you showed anyone. Harry looked at her with the closest thing to sheepishness he ever got, which was a very slight adjustment around the eyes. Yes, he said. Next time, Kara said, show us earlier. You said that already, Harry said. About the Voldemort feeling. I'm establishing a pattern, Kara said. Harry thought about this. All right, he said. Earlier. Good. She turned and went inside. At the door, dinner in an hour. Wash your hands. Harry watched her go and then looked at Remus. You're not going to tell me to hide it, Harry said. It wasn't a question. No, Remus said. Good. Harry turned the wand over in his hands. Because I'm going to keep getting better at it. Whatever Dumbledore wants, or the Ministry, or Greyback, or anyone else. He looked up. You said own who you are. Kara said that. You agreed with it. I did, Remus said. Then that's what I'm doing. Harry looked at the wand and then at the garden where the awareness had spread and come back. I'm not going to be small, he said. Not for anyone. Remus looked at him for a long moment. No, he said. You're not. That night a letter arrived from Creech. The full review panel had been convened. The date was set. January 15th. Sirius would have his hearing in 3 months. Harry read the letter twice, standing in the kitchen, and then set it on the table and went upstairs without saying anything. Remus followed after a moment and found him in his room at the window, looking out at the night city. 3 months, Harry said. Yes. He'll be here by spring, Harry said. If everything goes right. If everything goes right, Remus agreed. Harry pressed his hand flat against the glass, the way he'd done on the first day, checking that things were solid. He was quiet for a while. He's been in there 4 years, he said. He's been in there alone. He's been fighting, Remus said. He told us that. Anger burns cleaner than grief, Harry said softly. He was quoting Sirius's letter, which he'd read enough times to have memorized, because Harry memorized things by reading them and he'd clearly read this one often. Yes, Remus said. Harry turned from the window. He looked at Remus, and for a moment the careful, competent, collected 8-year-old was somewhere underneath, and what was on the surface was something simpler and more raw, a child who had spent his life with gaps where family should have been and was on the verge of having one fewer gap, and the nearness of it was terrifying in the specific way that good things coming were sometimes more frightening than bad things. What if he doesn't like me? Harry said. Remus sat down on the edge of the bed. Sit down, Harry. Harry came and sat beside him. He held you when you were a baby, Remus said. And he said you had the look of absolute outrage that he existed. And he said he's thought about you every day for 4 years. He looked at Harry. He's going to love you. Not because he's supposed to. Because you're you, and you are, he stopped, found the right word, impossible not to love, when you're properly seen. Harry was quiet for a moment. That's a big thing to say. It's true, Remus said. Harry looked at the floor and then back up. What if Azkaban changed him too much? Then we figure it out, Remus said. Together. Same as everything else. Harry nodded once. He sat for a moment more, the weight of 3 months settling into something manageable, and then straightened and reached for his glasses on the nightstand and squared them with his usual precision. Okay, he said. Okay, Remus said. Night, Harry said, and lay down with the deliberateness of someone choosing to stop thinking about a thing until morning. Remus stood and turned off the light. In the blue room, in the dark, with the window showing the York night and the wand on the nightstand and the bond warm and present between them, Harry's breathing deepened and evened out. Remus stood in the doorway for a moment. 3 months until Sirius. 3 years until Hogwarts. And somewhere, faint and growing, the distant bad weather of something that hadn't died, pressing toward them with the patient inevitability of weather. Come on then, he thought, the wolf in him steady and certain under it all. We're ready. Chapter 7, the summer before everything. Sirius Black walked out of Azkaban on a Thursday in January, into a grey morning that smelled of sea salt and cold stone, wearing clothes Creech had brought because his own were 4 years gone, and the first thing he did was stand on the steps and look at the sky for 3 full minutes without speaking. Remus stood at the bottom of the steps and let him. He'd prepared himself for the worst versions. He'd thought about what Azkaban did, had read the healer reports Creech obtained, had spoken to Dumbledore who had spoken to people who knew, had turned the possibilities over in the 3 months between the letter and this morning. He'd prepared for a man hollowed out, or broken, or so far inside himself that reaching him would take years. What came down the steps was thin. Noticeably, painfully thin, with the particular quality of thinness that came from a body deciding to preserve what mattered and let the rest go. The bones of his face were too visible. His hair was long and hadn't been cut in years, though someone at the prison, Creech probably, had done something basic with it. His hands were wrong, fatally wrong, the kind of wrong that came from transformation into a Nimigus form being the only privacy available and using it often. But his eyes were grey and sharp and entirely serious. He came down the steps and stopped in front of Remus and they looked at each other, and then Sirius said, "You look terrible." "You look worse," Remus said. Sirius laughed. The same laugh, it was the same laugh, against all probability, through all of it, the short surprised sound that meant something had actually caught him. Remus's throat did something complicated. Then Sirius pulled him into a hug that was harder than his thinness suggested he could manage, and Remus put both arms around him and they stood in the grey January morning outside Azkaban and Remus felt something close that had been open for 4 years. "Harry," Sirius said into his shoulder. "Tell me about Harry." "I'll tell you on the way," Remus said. "Let's get you out of here first." He told him everything on the journey, all of it, starting from the morning in Surrey and moving forward, watching Sirius's face as he received it. Sirius was a good listener when he chose to be, which people who only knew him as the chaos engine of the Marauders tended not to know. He sat very still and processed and asked sharp questions and listened to the answers completely. When Remus described the cupboard under the stairs, Sirius's jaw set. When Remus described the Pack Rite, Sirius closed his eyes briefly and then opened them and said, "Good." When Remus described Harry in the garden with the light spreading a 1/4 mile across York, Sirius was quiet for a long moment. "James always said the magical world wasn't ready for what their kid might be," he said. He said it like a joke but he meant it. "He was right," Remus said. "I want to meet him," Sirius said. "Not today, I know, I need time," you said in the letters. "But soon." He said the same thing, Remus said. "Soon." Sirius looked at him. "He knows about me." "Everything I know," Remus said. "Including the letters." "He's read them." Something moved across Sirius's face that was too raw to name and too brief to fix on. He looked away and looked back. "What's he like?" Remus thought about how to answer this. He'd been asked it before, by Dumbledore, by Creech, by the ministry officials who needed to understand what they were dealing with, and he had different answers for different audiences. For Sirius he gave the true one. "He's the best person I've ever met," he said. "And I say that including James and Lily, who were extraordinary. He's himself. Completely himself, in a way that most people never get to be, and he got there from nothing, from worse than nothing, and it's the most remarkable thing I've ever watched." Sirius was very quiet for a moment. "He's going to think I'm a disaster," he said. "He's going to think you're brilliant," Remus said. "And a disaster. And he'll be right about both." Sirius almost smiled. "Not quite. Getting there." He stayed in a hotel in York for 2 weeks, Remus's choice, supported by Kara's firmly held opinion that throwing a man 4 years out of Azkaban directly into a household with an 8-year-old was a recipe for complications neither party needed. Sirius argued this. He argued it with the energy of someone who had been without argument for 4 years and was making up ground rapidly, which was, Remus privately noted, a very good sign. Remus visited every day. They talked, ate, walked the city walls. Sirius found the physical movement necessary in a way he couldn't fully articulate, the need to be in his body and moving and not enclosed, which Remus understood without needing it explained. He watched Sirius reassemble himself day by day, the thinness beginning to address itself now that there was actual food available and no dementors, the sharpness in his eyes becoming more settled rather than more guarded. On the 12th day, Sirius said, "I want to meet Harry tomorrow." "He's ready when you are," Remus said. "I've been ready since January 16th, Sirius said. "I know," Remus said. "I was giving you time anyway." Sirius threw a bread roll at him, which he caught, which made Sirius say, "Still got it," with genuine satisfaction, and Remus knew they were going to be all right. Harry's preparation for meeting Sirius was, characteristically, both thorough and understated. He'd been reading about Azkaban, not obsessively, but carefully, in the specific way he absorbed things he was going to need to understand rather than things he was merely curious about. He'd asked Remus the right questions at the right time and listened to the answers with the quality of attention that meant he was building a complete picture. The night before, he said, "I'm not going to ask him about it." "About Azkaban?" "Not straight away. If he wants to tell me, he will." Harry looked at the ceiling from his bed. "He's been in a place where everything was taken away. The last thing he needs is someone asking him to describe it." "That's very thoughtful," Remus said. "It's obvious," Harry said, with the slight impatience he had for being complimented on things he considered baseline. "Not to everyone," Remus said. Harry shrugged this off. "Is he nervous?" he said. "About meeting you?" "Yes." Harry turned his head on the pillow. "Why?" "Because he loves you already," Remus said. "And meeting someone you love before they know you is frightening." Harry was quiet. "Tell him I'm not frightening," he said. "He knows," Remus said. "He's not frightened of you. He's frightened you'll be disappointed." Harry stared at the ceiling. "I'm not going to be disappointed," he said. "I know," Remus said. "Tell him that tomorrow." Harry arrived at the hotel at 10 in the morning with Remus, wearing the dark blue jumper Kara had bought him in November that was, for once, actually his size, with his glasses clean and his hair doing approximately what it always did and his hands in his pockets, a posture Remus had come to read as Harry managing mild nerves while appearing perfectly calm. Sirius opened the door. He and Harry looked at each other. Remus stood back. Sirius was a great many things, and one of them was that he had never in his life been able to hide what he felt, which had been both a vulnerability and a grace. He looked at Harry and what went across his face was enormous and uncontained and he didn't try to contain it, the recognition, the grief, the love that had been waiting in a cell for 4 years with nothing to attach to, all of it landing at once on this specific child in a dark blue jumper. Harry looked at him with those green eyes. "You have Dad's nose," Harry said. Sirius blinked. "Not exactly," Harry added. "But similar. It's the shape of it." He tilted his head. "Remus said you were handsome before Azkaban. You're still okay." Sirius made a sound that started as something and ended as a laugh and was entirely unlike anything in between, and Harry's mouth curved up at the corner, and Remus thought, there it is. The Sirius laugh. The one he'd told Sirius about in the letter. Right there, in Harry's face. "Come in," Sirius said. They came in. It was tentative for about 20 minutes, careful, feeling the edges, both of them doing the specific thing cautious people did when they wanted something to work and were nervous about breaking it. And then Harry, in the way Harry handled things, got impatient with the caution and asked, directly and without preamble, "Will you tell me about the Marauders?" Sirius looked at him. "Remus told me things," Harry said. But you were there for all of it. And it's the most I know about Dad as a person. The school years. He paused. I want to know more. Sirius sat forward. Which parts? All of it, Harry said. Starting from the beginning. Sirius started from the beginning. He talked for 2 hours, with Harry curled at the other end of the sofa listening with the fixed, complete attention he reserved for things he was storing, and Remus watched both of them and felt the afternoon arrange itself into something he couldn't have planned or forced, the specific chemistry of Sirius telling stories and Harry receiving them, the call and response of it, the way Sirius became more himself as he talked and the way Harry became incrementally less contained, laughing at the right moments, asking precise questions, and once, at the story of James's first successful animagus transformation, which had involved a staircase and a confused professor and 3 floors of Hogwarts, putting both hands over his mouth and laughing so hard he tipped sideways on the sofa. Sirius watched this and went very still for a moment, and then looked at Remus across the room, and Remus looked back. He laughs like you, Harry said to Sirius, sitting back up. That's where it comes from. Sirius looked at him. I have your laugh, Harry said, matter-of-factly. Remus told me. I figured it was just a coincidence, or genetics, or something. But it's the stories, isn't it? It's the same thing that makes you laugh. What thing? Sirius said carefully. Harry thought about it. Surprise, he said. When something actually surprises you. Most laughter isn't like that. Most laughter is social, people laughing at the right times. But yours is, it catches you. He paused. Mine does that too. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. You're 8, he said. I know, Harry said. James couldn't have said that at 15, Sirius said. Mum could probably have said it at 8, Harry said. Sirius laughed again, the real one, the caught one, and the afternoon kept going, and by the time Remus took Harry home at 4 o'clock Sirius was standing in the hotel doorway looking like someone who had been given a gift they'd stopped believing in. Tomorrow? Sirius said. Harry looked at him. Yes, he said. And after that you should just come home. We have a room. Sirius looked at Remus. We have a room, Remus confirmed. Sirius moved in the following weekend. The house adjusted. It did it the way houses always did when the people inside them changed, not all at once but gradually, the patterns shifting, new rhythms establishing themselves. Sirius was loud where Kara was contained, impulsive where Harry was considered, and he and Harry had an immediate, specific dynamic that Remus watched with something between amusement and awe. Harry was the most serious person Sirius had ever encountered and Sirius was the least serious person Harry had ever encountered, and they found this mutually fascinating. Sirius made Harry laugh constantly. Not the careful laugh, not the polite one, the real one, the caught surprise version, more often than anything or anyone else produced it. In return Harry asked Sirius questions that nobody else was willing to ask directly and Sirius, who had always operated best with directness, thrived under it. 3 weeks after moving in, Sirius appeared in the kitchen at 7 in the morning and said, "Has Harry always been like this?" "Like what?" Remus said. "He came into my room at 6 and asked me if I thought Voldemort's use of fear as a primary control mechanism was strategically weak," Sirius said. "At 6 in the morning. He gets up early," Remus said. "He was asking about Dark Lord tactical theory at 6 in the morning," Sirius said. "What did you say?" Sirius sat down. "I said yes, obviously, fear consolidates power in the short term but hollows out loyalty and creates a network of people who would defect the moment they thought it was survivable." He paused. He said he'd thought the same thing. At 6 in the morning. "Good conversation," Remus said. "He's 9, Sirius said. "He turned 9 in July," Remus agreed. Sirius looked at the ceiling. "James would have been absolutely terrified of him," he said fondly. "In the best way." Harry, for his part, had decided that Sirius's recovery was an ongoing project he had a role in, which he approached with the practical focus he brought to projects generally. He dragged Sirius outside every morning, not asked, dragged, physically pulling at his arm until Sirius got up and came, because Harry had established that Sirius needed movement and fresh air in the same way that plants needed it, and Harry had appointed himself responsible for making sure this happened. He also, more quietly, did the thing he'd done for Remus in the early months, kept the bond attention on Sirius without making it visible, the pack awareness reading him, and on the mornings when Sirius woke up wrong, when the nights had been bad, Harry would show up early with tea and a book and no pressure to perform okayness, and would sit in companionable quiet while Sirius came back to himself. Sirius mentioned this to Remus once, in the back garden, while Harry was inside with Kara. "He knows," Sirius said. "Without being told." "He always does," Remus said. "It's not, I don't feel looked after," Sirius said, carefully. "I feel seen. It's different. Most people who are trying to help you make you feel watched. He makes you feel seen." Remus had no response to this, because it was exactly right and he hadn't found better words for it himself. The spring went fast. The summer went faster. Harry turned 10 and they marked it with the same slightly lopsided cake, better this year because Harry had been practicing the recipe with focused determination since March, and Sirius brought fireworks that were moderately illegal and completely spectacular and set them off in the back garden at 9 p.m. while the neighbors' cats lost their minds. And Harry stood in the garden with his face turned up and his eyes reflecting gold and green and laughing his real laugh. The preparations for Hogwarts began in earnest. They'd been preparing for years, in the loose, organic way that happened when a child was being raised by people who took education seriously. Harry was ahead in most areas and knew it without being insufferable about it, which Kara credited to the fact that they'd never made a performance of measuring him against anyone else. He read widely and retained comprehensively, had been doing intentional wand work for 2 years, had enough grounding in pack magic to understand his own signature, and had, through Snape, who had agreed to a series of unofficial meetings that he maintained were purely informational and that everybody understood were something more, a solid conceptual foundation in potions. Those meetings with Snape had been a gradual, specific thing. Snape had come to York once, in February, ostensibly to discuss curriculum considerations with Remus, which nobody believed, and which became within the hour a conversation with Harry about advanced magical theory that lasted 4 hours and ended with Snape staying for dinner with the expression of someone who had not intended to stay for dinner. Harry, afterward, he's less sad than he was. Remus, he's finding things worth the energy. Harry, considering, he's going to be hard work at school. Remus, he'll be professional. Harry, with the particular look, he'll try to be. I'll let him. Now, in the summer before Hogwarts, with September 30 days away and the Hogwarts letter arrived and read and filed and the trunk bought and half packed, the preparations had a different quality. Not anxious, none of them were anxious exactly, or not in the catastrophic sense, but alert. The way you were alert before something large and real. Harry had grown. Not explosively, he was still on the smaller side, had been severely underfed for 5 years and those years left their marks, but he was straight and strong and moved like someone comfortable in their own body. His magic had kept pace with his growth in a way that Kara said she'd never seen maintain itself so consistently. Usually there were surges and plateaus, the typical developmental pattern. Harry just kept getting more himself. The wand work was extraordinary. 2 years of practice, formal and informal, had taken what was already unusual and made it something else entirely. He didn't cast spells the way Remus had learned to cast them, the push-and project of standard wizarding technique. He cast them the way he did everything, from the center, the magic arranged around him and then directed outward, the wolf and wizard signatures so integrated now that nobody watching would have seen 2 separate things. It was one signature. It was his. Kara had him working on the territorial awareness, which had become genuinely controlled over 2 years. He could extend it, retract it, filter what he was receiving, and hold it passively at a background level that didn't require active attention. He didn't advertise this. Not hiding, he'd been clear about not hiding. But there was a difference between not hiding and walking into a room and announcing your capabilities, which was a difference he'd gotten from Kara's negotiation books and understood precisely. Sirius, who had spent the spring regaining physical condition with the focused intensity of someone reclaiming territory, had taken on Harry's defense training. Unofficially, practical, nothing that looked like a curriculum, just 2 people in the garden 3 mornings a week working through the kind of knowledge that came from someone who'd actually been in the war rather than read about it. Sirius was a gifted teacher in the specific way of people who had learned everything the hard way and remembered exactly what it felt like not to know it. Harry was an attentive student in the specific way of people who understood that knowledge was different from information and had no patience for collecting the second without becoming fluent in the first. Together they were formidable, and Remus watched their sessions from the kitchen window with his tea and the ongoing, warm, low-level astonishment of a man who had done something right. It was in August, 3 weeks before Hogwarts, that the threat came. It didn't announce itself. Things didn't, in Remus's experience. The genuine threats were the ones that looked like something else first. It started as a patrol. Harry felt it, through the extended territorial awareness he kept at background level, a presence at the edge of the garden's range. Not unfamiliar, which was the thing that made it complicated. Familiar. Fenrir's pack signature. He mentioned it at dinner, without drama. There are 2 of Fenrir's pack near the house. Everyone went still. How long? Kara said. They came past twice today, Harry said. Different times. Not the same 2 each time, different signatures, same pack. He was eating while he said it, which was how he delivered information he'd processed and wanted others to process without escalating. It's not reconnaissance. They're not hiding, they're letting me feel them. Message, Sirius said. Yes, Harry said. Question is from who? The answer came the next morning, not through the patrol but directly, an actual letter, delivered by a wolf-brown owl that landed on the kitchen windowsill and waited. Remus opened it. It was from Fenrir. The letter was 3 lines. There is a man in York using pack claim as cover. Not yours. Not mine. Old magic, badly invoked. The child is in his sights. His name is Aldrich Vance. Remus read it twice and handed it to Kara. Vance, Kara said. You know him, Remus said. Of him. She set the letter down. Pre-war. A werewolf who tried to use pack right for resource claims rather than family bonds, invoked it on properties, on objects, attempted to invoke it on people for leverage. The ministry stopped him in 78. He went quiet. She paused. I didn't know he was still active. He wants Harry, Sirius said. He was not calm about it in the way he was not calm about most threats to Harry, which was with a cold, focused fury that was entirely different from his natural temperature. What for? Political leverage, Kara said. The same thing everyone wants. Harry as a symbol, a claim, a proof of status. She looked at Remus. A badly invoked pack right wouldn't supersede yours. The magic doesn't work that way. But a public attempt could cause complications, questions, challenges, ministry involvement. The ministry would love a reason to revisit the guardianship, Remus said. Yes, Kara said. Harry had been listening to this. He pushed his empty bowl to the side and leaned forward on his elbows, looking at Remus with the direct, unfrightened attention he brought to threats. So what do we do? He said. I'm going to find Vance, Remus said. We're going to find Vance, Sirius said. You're not, Harry said. Everyone looked at him. Sirius, Harry said, with a patience that managed to be both fond and firm, which was a tone he developed specifically for Sirius. If you go with Remus and something happens, I'm here alone. Kara will be with me but she can't be in 2 places. We don't know if Vance is working alone. He paused. Stay here. Be the person who's here. Sirius looked at him. That's not less important, Harry said. It's more important. Sirius was quiet for a moment, and then sat back with the expression of a man who had been argued into a position correctly and knew it. "Right," he said. "I'll go with Remus," Kara said. "I know the old protocols. If Vance tries to invoke anything, I know how to counter it." "Agreed," Remus said. He looked at Harry. "You stay in the house." "Yes," Harry said. "You stay in the house," Remus said again, because he knew Harry. Harry met his eyes. "I heard you," he said. "I'll stay in the house." They left at noon. Fenrir's information included a location, which was specific enough to be deliberate. The pack was offering something, the recognition agreement paying its first dividend. They found Vance in a rented space near the edges of magical York, a narrow shop front with its windows spelled dark, the kind of place that had been various things and was currently not admitting to being any of them. Remus felt the bad invocation before they reached the door. It was what Kara had said, old magic badly used, like a familiar melody played by someone who'd learned the notes without the timing. The pack rite required specific conditions, specific intent, and Vance had the knowledge without the foundation, which made it worse in the specific way that half-right things were worse than wrong things. He knocked. Vance opened the door. He was in his 50s, a thin man with the look of someone who had spent a long time in the margins of wizarding society, not from poverty but from choice, the deliberate sidelong position of someone who operated in the spaces between legitimate structures. His eyes went to Remus and then to Kara and then back to Remus with the assessment of a man who had made a mistake in the size of his opposition. "Lupin," he said. "You know why I'm here," Remus said. Vance looked at him for a moment. Then, with the calculation of someone running options quickly, "I was going to approach you directly. I wanted to discuss." "No," Remus said. Vance blinked. "There's nothing to discuss," Remus said. "You were going to attempt an invocation on a child who is already claimed, using a protocol you don't properly understand, for political leverage that wouldn't have worked regardless. The invocation would have failed, but the attempt would have created legal noise that could have complicated my guardianship." He paused. "So I'm here to be direct. Stop. Don't try. Don't come near York, don't come near my pack's territory, don't come near Harry Potter." "He's a significant child," Vance said. "The community has an interest, the community's interests are not your interests," Kara said. It was the first thing she'd said and it landed precisely, with the weight of someone who'd been in this community for 40 years and had standing in it. "You're not a pack alpha. You're not an acknowledged pack elder. You have no grounds for a right and no standing to claim community interest." She paused. "I know your history, Aldrich. The ministry stopped you in 78 for good reason. Don't make me finish what they started." Vance looked at her with the look of a man who'd just recalculated and didn't like the new numbers. "Walk away from this," Remus said. "That's all. Walk away and we're done here." Vance was quiet for a moment. Then, "And if I don't?" Remus looked at him. He did not perform the threat. He did not list consequences or make speeches. He simply looked at Vance with the full, settled weight of what he was, a pack alpha who had spent years remembering what he was, a werewolf who had stopped being small, a man with a wand and a pack and a bond that ran bone deep, standing in front of a person who had attempted to reach for something that was his. Vance looked back at him for a long moment. Then looked away. "I'll walk away," Vance said. "Good," Remus said. They left. Kara was quiet on the way back, which was her processing manner, and Remus let her have it. When they were 3 streets from home she said, "He'll stay." Walked away. "He's not brave enough to come back." "No," Remus agreed. "The Fenrir information was specific," she said. "He had surveillance on Vance." "Yes. He's invested in us," she said. "More than the recognition agreement requires." "I think he's invested in Harry," Remus said. Kara was quiet for a moment. "Be careful of that," she said. "Even genuine investment has its own shape." "I know," Remus said. Harry met them at the door. He read their faces in one pass and his shoulders came down a fraction of an inch, the minute tension that had been there releasing. "Gone," he said. "Gone," Remus said. Harry nodded. He stepped back to let them in and then, with the particular deliberateness he brought to physical contact, choosing it, making it his own, put his hand on Remus's arm for a moment. Not a hug. Not a declaration. Just, "You came back, you're here, I noted it." Sirius was in the kitchen with tea and the expression of someone who had been waiting with great patience for the last 2 hours and wanted to stop. "Well," he said. "Done," Remus said. "No complications." Harry's assessment was correct, Kara said. "About you staying." "I know it was correct," Sirius said. "That doesn't mean I enjoyed it." "No," Harry said, coming past to the table. "But you did it anyway." He sat down and pulled a textbook toward him. "That's the important part." Sirius looked at him. "You're going to be an absolute menace at Hogwarts," he said. "Yes," Harry agreed, without looking up. The last week before September 1st was its own thing, a specific quality of anticipation that moved through the house in various forms. Harry was quiet and organized, packing his trunk with methodical precision, doing final revision of things he wanted to be sharp on, having a last set of practice sessions with Sirius in the garden that had an intensity from both of them that was different from the regular rhythm. On the last evening, August 31st, the night before the Express, they ate dinner all four together, which they always did but which felt different, waited. Remus made a proper dinner. Sirius opened a bottle of wine and gave Harry a small glass because Harry had asked with the specific seriousness of someone who considered this a reasonable transition and Sirius had said yes before Remus could say no, and Remus had looked at them both and decided this was a battle he wasn't having tonight. Harry tasted it and said it was too sharp. "It's an acquired taste," Sirius said. "I don't think I'm acquiring it," Harry said. "You will," Sirius said. "Maybe," Harry said, and left his glass nearly full and drank water instead, which was such a precise version of choosing his own position on a thing that Remus had to look at his food. After dinner Harry went up to his room, and Remus found him there an hour later standing at the window, which was the place he always came back to. The York rooftops, the city wall in the distance, the summer sky going gold. "Ready?" Remus said from the doorway. Harry was quiet for a moment. "I was thinking about the first day," he said. "When we came here. I stood at this window and I could see the street. I remember. I thought," he paused, searching, "I thought that I could see everything from here and nobody could see me. And that felt safe." He turned from the window. "I don't want that anymore. I'm going tomorrow where everyone will see me. Where they'll all know who I am." He paused. "And I don't want to hide." "You won't," Remus said. "No," Harry said. "Not a question. A decision." Remus crossed the room and stood beside him at the window, both of them looking out at the city and the evening. The bond between them was quiet and deep, nothing needing to be communicated that wasn't already known. "Whatever happens tomorrow," Remus said, "and at Hogwarts, and after, you know who you are. That's yours. Nobody can touch it." Harry looked at the skyline. "I know," he said. He paused. "I know because you told me things. Real things. All of them." "Yes." "Don't stop," Harry said. "Whatever happens. Keep telling me real things." "Always," Remus said. Harry turned from the window and went to his trunk and checked the wand pocket for the fourth time, which Remus knew was not because he thought it was missing but because the checking was what he needed to do, and then he closed the trunk and looked around his room, the dawn blue walls, the chocolate bar shelf empty now because he'd long since stopped needing it, the wolf drawing still propped where the window light hit it, the notes on moon cycles on the desk, the full bookshelf, the wand on the nightstand. "I'll come back to this room," he said. It was not a question. "Every holiday," Remus said. "And whenever you need to." Harry nodded, satisfied, and picked up his book and got into bed with the deliberateness he always brought to it. "Night," he said. "Night, Harry." He closed the door most of the way and stood in the hall for a moment, in the quiet house with Sirius's voice audible from downstairs saying something that made Kara give the short, unwilling laugh she pretended she didn't have. He leaned against the wall and let the night gather around him. Tomorrow. Everything that was coming arranged itself in his mind: Hogwarts, the years, Voldemort building somewhere in the background, Sirius healing, Harry becoming, all of it, and he looked at it without flinching. Not because it wasn't large. Because he was not who he'd been 5 years ago on a Surrey pavement, the man who had been small so long he'd forgotten the shape of himself. He felt the pack bond, warm and settled, running between him and Harry and through the house to Sirius and Kara. 4 points of warmth in the dark. His pack. Downstairs, Sirius laughed his real laugh. Upstairs, Harry turned a page. Chapter 8, Platform 9 3/4. The morning arrived the way important mornings always did, ordinary first, then everything. Remus was up at 6. He made tea, stood at the kitchen window, watched the York Street wake up in the grey September light. The city was quiet at this hour, that particular quality of early morning when the world was still deciding whether to begin. He drank his tea and felt the house around him, all 4 pack signatures present and accounted for, and then heard Harry's alarm from 2 floors up, not the slow surfacing this time, but the decisive click of it being turned off before the second ring. Harry was already awake. Sirius came down at 5:30 looking like he'd been up for an hour, which he had, because he'd admitted the previous night that he didn't think he'd sleep and apparently he'd been right. He was already dressed. He made himself tea and stood beside Remus at the window and they stood together in the early morning quiet, and Sirius said, "Do you remember the first time we went to Hogwarts?" "You talked the entire train journey," Remus said. "I was 11 and I was nervous," Sirius said. "You weren't nervous. You were performing not being nervous, which required a great deal of talking." Sirius considered this. "That's fair," he said. He drank his tea. "Harry won't be nervous." "No," Remus agreed. "Is that good?" Sirius said. "Should he be nervous?" "He's 10 years old and he's going to a boarding school for the first time," Remus said. "Of course he should be nervous. But Harry's version of nervous is going very quiet and becoming extremely organized, which he's been doing since yesterday evening." "The trunk checking," Sirius said. "4th time after dinner," Remus said. "Possibly 5th before breakfast." "I love that kid," Sirius said, with the simple directness he'd brought to the sentiment from the beginning, no ceremony about it. "I know," Remus said. "He knows." Kara came down at 7 in her dressing gown, which was a burgundy wool thing she wore with the authority of a woman who had decided comfort was non-negotiable in her own house. She looked at both of them, assessed the emotional state of the kitchen, and said nothing. She made porridge. This was a specific act of care. She'd noticed in January that Sirius ate better with porridge in the mornings than with anything else, something to do with the simple reliability of it, and she'd been making it on significant mornings ever since without drawing attention to the pattern. Sirius had noticed anyway. He'd never mentioned it. Harry came down at 7:15 with his hair doing everything it always did, wearing his school things, the plain Hogwarts-required uniform, which he'd been fitted for in July and which actually fit, being the correct size, something that had given Harry a brief, complicated expression that Remus had noted and filed. He was carrying a book and his wand pocket was buttoned, which it had been since he'd checked it, and he looked at the kitchen full of people and said, "There's plenty of time. It's only 1:15. "We know," Remus said. "Sirius," Harry said. "What?" "You're wearing 2 different socks." Sirius looked down. "The other one is drying," he said. "This is what I'm going to," Harry said. He sat down and accepted porridge from Kara with a thank you and ate with the focused efficiency of someone who had decided breakfast was a task to complete rather than an experience to have, because there were more important things to attend to. They ate. The morning advanced. The taxi to the station arrived at 9, which Remus had booked 2 days earlier because he'd made the calculation that the flew with a school trunk was a significant operation and they didn't need the chaos, and also because Harry had said, carefully, that he wanted to arrive at King's Cross the ordinary way. He hadn't explained this and Remus hadn't asked. He understood it, that coming through the solid wall, the crossing from one world into another, was better arrived at from the mundane side when you were doing it for the first time. The drive to York Station was 20 minutes. Harry sat in the back between Remus and Sirius, which he'd engineered with the quiet positioning instinct that was so much a part of him now, and looked out the window at York going past. Kara was in the front. The radio was on low and nobody turned it up. Harry's hand was in his jacket pocket, wrapped around his wand. Not nervously. Just, there. The way you held something that mattered. King's Cross arrived at 10:30, their train pulling in with the noise and scale of a busy London terminus, the kind of place that swallowed you immediately into its own enormous energy. Harry stepped out of the taxi and looked up at the iron and glass of the roof and the people streaming in all directions and absorbed it with the same systematic attention he gave everything new. Platform 9 3/4, Sirius said, coming up beside him. Between 9 and 10, Harry said. He'd read about it. Of course he'd read about it. Yes, Sirius said. You run at the barrier between the two. Harry looked at the barrier in question, the solid brick column between platforms 9 and 10, apparently immovable, doing its job of being exactly what it appeared. He looked at it for a moment with the look he used when he was deciding about something, and then looked at Remus. First, he said. After you, Remus said. Harry turned back to the barrier. He adjusted the strap of his bag on his shoulder. He didn't run, he walked, steadily, with the complete composure of someone who had decided this was simply a thing that was going to happen, through the solid column of brick that resolved, at the moment of crossing, into the steam and noise and red of platform 9 3/4. Remus followed him through, then Sirius, then Kara with the trunk they transferred to an enchanted carrier. The platform was everything it always was. Steam and shouting parents and owls and cats and children in various stages of excitement and dread, the Hogwarts Express sitting red and certain at the platform edge, the smell of smoke and early autumn and the specific quality of magic that came from several hundred wands in the same space. Remus took it all in and remembered it from two sides, the boy who'd come here for the first time at 11, and the person standing here now. Harry stood just inside the platform entrance and looked at it. He looked at the train. At the students streaming past. At the families, the parents hugging children, the siblings arguing, the first years clumped in clusters of new anxiety. At the whole enormous social machinery of the beginning of a school year. Then he turned around and looked at the 4 people who had come with him. I'm ready, he said. Remus looked at him. This child, not a child anymore, or not only, 10 years old and standing in platform 9 3/4 with his father's wild hair and his mother's green eyes and his wand in his pocket and 5 years of being known and loved and taught and told the truth, and the pack bond warm between them, and the prophecy carried lightly, and the future open and complicated and his. I know you are, Remus said. Sirius grabbed Harry without warning and pulled him into a hug that was, characteristically, larger and less coordinated than the situation strictly required. Harry made a sound that was half protest and half not, and then his arms came up and he held on briefly, properly, and then stepped back and straightened his glasses. Right, Sirius said. Obviously, Harry said. Not when you feel like it. Regularly. I know. And if anyone gives you trouble, I'll handle it, Harry said. I know you'll handle it. I'm saying you don't have to handle it alone. Harry looked at him. I know, he said. I never do anymore. Sirius pressed his mouth together for a moment and looked very pointedly at the platform ceiling. Kara stepped forward and did the thing she never did, she pulled Harry into a brief, fierce hug that lasted exactly 4 seconds and released him. Harry blinked, because this was unprecedented. Kara straightened and looked elsewhere with the composure of a woman who had definitely not just done an emotional thing. Work hard, she said. Don't be clever when you should be thoughtful. They're different. I know, Harry said. You know the theory, Kara said. You'll learn whether you know the practice. Harry nodded. He looked at her with the expression he reserved for the things he was actually grateful for, which was a specific quality of attention, direct and warm. Thank you, he said. For the protocols. For everything. Kara said, obviously, and moved back to stand beside Sirius. Harry turned to Remus. They looked at each other. 5 years compressed into the space between them, Surrey and the train and the first window and the dawn blue paint and the moon cycle notes and the full moon and the eggs with broken yolks and the wolf drawing and the chocolate bars and the bond written in ancient magic that ran bone deep and could not be undone by anyone. You're going to be all right, Remus said. I know, Harry said. Not just all right. You're going to be, yourself. All of it. Don't be smaller than you are because it's convenient for someone else. I know, Harry said again. He paused. You told me that before. I'm saying it again. You do that, Harry said, with the ghost of the almost smile. When things matter. Yes, Remus said. I do. Harry stepped forward and Remus put his arms around him and held him, completely, fully, the pack bond blazing warm between them, 5 years of chosen and permanent and his compressed into the arms around this extraordinary child. Harry held on with both arms, which he didn't always do, which he was doing now. I'll be back at Christmas, Harry said into his shoulder. I'll be at the barrier, Remus said. Harry stepped back. His eyes were bright, not tearful, just bright, something in him fully present and fully alive and not hiding any of it. He looked at Remus for one more moment and then turned and picked up his bag and walked toward the train. He didn't get far. A girl with bushy brown hair and an enormous stack of books was trying to wrestle her trunk through the crowd with the focused determination of someone who had not packed lightly and was not admitting this was a problem. The trunk was catching on the platform edge, the wheel stuck, and she was applying force rather than strategy, which was making it worse. Harry changed course without breaking stride. He reached her, assessed the situation in one glance, tipped the trunk slightly and freed the wheel with a minimal adjustment, and the girl straightened up and looked at him. Oh, she said. Thank you. I should have packed less. She said this with the air of someone who had no intention of packing less. I'm Hermione Granger. Harry Potter, Harry said. Hermione blinked. Then, visibly, she went from social to academic mode, which happened extremely fast. You're Harry Potter, she said. I've read about you. All the books mention you but they're all different and mostly speculative, which is frustrating. Do you actually know what happened that night or is it as unclear to you as it is to everyone? Not that you'd remember, you were only one, but you might have learned. Sorry, that's quite a lot of questions at once. I've been told I do that. You do, Harry agreed pleasantly. I know most of it. Some speculation, some fact. He picked up one end of her trunk. Want a hand? Hermione looked at him with an expression that was recalibrating, the look of someone who had expected something different and was updating rapidly. Yes please, she said. They started toward the train together. From the platform, Remus watched them go. Sirius appeared at his elbow. Is he already, making a friend, Remus said. Yes. In about 30 seconds, Sirius said. He's efficient, Remus said. He's 10, Sirius said. Then, she looks like she's read every book ever written. Good, Remus said. He needs someone who's read every book. They watched Harry and Hermione reach the train door, Harry managing the trunk end while Hermione apparently explained something at some length that Harry was listening to with his head slightly tilted, the posture of genuine attention. They disappeared into the carriage. A moment later Harry reappeared at a window. He found them on the platform immediately, the extended awareness working passively, easy and natural, and looked at all four of them. He raised one hand. Not a wave, exactly. Something more deliberate. Sirius raised both hands, which was very serious. Kara raised one hand with the controlled precision that was very Kara. Remus raised his hand. Harry looked at him for a moment. Then the train whistle went and steam billowed and the platform filled with the particular noise of the Hogwarts Express departing, and Harry stepped back from the window, and the red carriages began to move. Remus watched the train go. It moved slowly at first and then with gathering certainty, the red of it disappearing into the steam and the distance, the noise of it receding. The platform thinned as families turned to leave, the great departure completing itself. He stood until the train was gone. Then he stood a little longer. Remus, Sirius said, from beside him. Just a moment, Remus said. He stood in the thinning steam of platform 9 3/4 and felt the pack bond, still there, warm and steady, the distance making it stretch but not diminish. He could feel Harry, somewhere on that train, the bond reaching through the miles between them as it always had and always would. Settled. Sure. Moving toward something. He thought about 5 years ago. The man he'd been, standing on a Surrey pavement at 9:30 in the morning with no plan and a pull he didn't understand. The wolf knowing before he did. The small child in the side passage with the dry bread roll and the 2 big clothes and the sellotaped glasses. He thought about the window, the first one, I can see the street. From up here. Nobody can see me, but I can see them. He thought about the dawn blue paint and the chocolate bars and the wolf drawing. About moon cycle notes and broken yolk eggs and Sirius's laugh coming out of Harry's face on the day they met. About a garden going warm, about awareness spreading a 1/4 mile across York, about a 10-year-old sitting across from Albus Dumbledore asking for the prophecy and getting it and coming home and eating a pastry. About a boy who had stopped being small. Who had never been small, under any of it, who had been waiting to be seen, and had grown into himself so completely that you couldn't hold the image of the Privet Drive child and the King's Cross child in the same frame without feeling something structural shift in your understanding of what people could become. He'd done that. Partly. He'd given him the space and the truth and the bond and the time. But Harry had done the rest. All right, Remus said. He turned from the platform. Sirius was right there, grinning, not the performed grin, the real one, the one that had taken months to come back and was now increasingly native. Kara was beside him with her coat on, already looking at her watch with the manner of a woman who had a train timetable committed to memory. The 3 of them on the emptying platform, the steam settling, the morning carrying on. Breakfast, Sirius said. Proper breakfast. There's a place near Charing Cross, Mooney, you'll love it, they do actual kedgeree. You've been to London twice since January, Remus said. How do you already know where the kedgeree is? Priorities, Sirius said. Kara was already walking toward the platform exit. Come on, she said over her shoulder. We have a train to catch back to York and I'd like kedgeree before it. She loves me, Sirius said quietly to Remus. She tolerates you, Remus said. Same thing, Sirius said happily. They walked off the platform together, through the barrier, back into the ordinary noise of King's Cross, the Muggle side, the arrivals board, the coffee shops and the rushing commuters and the great indifferent machinery of the non-magical world going about its Tuesday morning. Remus walked through it and felt the bond stretch with each step, the distance between him and Harry growing, the connection thinning to something fine and strong, the way good wire was strong, the way old magic was strong, not in spite of the distance but containing it, holding it, proof of itself. He would worry. He knew he'd worry, about Snape, who would try to be professional and mostly would manage it, about the school politics and the attention and the 1,000 ordinary difficulties of being 11 at boarding school, about Voldemort gathering at the edges of things, about the prophecy and its long arc. He would lie awake some nights and feel the bond and listen to it and remind himself of what it had always told him, that Harry was fine. That Harry was himself. That Harry was all right. He thought about the night Harry had stood at his window the first time. I'd like a window. Like sky in the morning. Before it's properly light. He'd asked for the smallest thing. The barest minimum. And had grown, from that, into someone who could feel a quarter-mile of York and not be frightened by the size of himself. That was what love did. Not the soft, comfortable kind, the kind that told the truth and showed up and didn't make things smaller than they were. The kind that said, here is what is real, and here is what you are, and you are mine, and nothing changes that. He thought about Sirius, thin and sharp-eyed on Azkaban steps looking at the sky. About Kara choosing York, choosing the pack, choosing to be here. About Dumbledore in his office, recalibrating. About Snape staying for dinner. About Greyback saying he's yours with the finality of someone stating a law. About Fenrir's scouts, and Vance walked off, and the Ministry's letters in the kitchen drawer, and the Ministry hearing where Amelia Bones had asked sharp questions and he'd answered them and the world had shifted. About all the ways the world had been told, not this time. Outside King's Cross, the September morning was doing what September mornings did in London, grey at the edges, trying for brightness in the middle, a city-quality light that was neither one thing nor the other. Sirius was already 3 strides ahead, navigating the pavement with the loose-limbed energy of a man who had spent too long enclosed and was making up for it with pure movement. Kara was beside Remus, her coat buttoned against the September bite, her expression in its default configuration of composed readiness. He'll write on Sunday, Kara said. You think? Remus said. He'll want to establish the pattern immediately, she said. He won't want it to seem like he missed us, so he'll wait until it's reasonable, and he'll decide reasonable is Sunday. She paused. He'll also send a separate letter to Sirius, because Sirius needs it more, and he'll know that and act on it. Remus thought about this. Sunday, he said. Sunday, Kara confirmed. Sirius, Remus called ahead. Sirius spun around without stopping, walking backward. Kedgeree, he said. Kedgeree, Remus said. Sirius turned back around and navigated the pavement like a man who had somewhere to be and was delighted about it. The 3 of them walked through London, and the bond stretched to wherever Harry was on that red train moving north, and it was fine, it was warm and steady and fine, the distance just distance, the absence just temporary, the connection as real as gravity and twice as permanent. At the corner of Euston Road, Remus stopped for one moment. He thought about the wolf. 5 years ago, on a Surrey pavement, something in him had gone still and then started moving, pulled by an instinct he hadn't trusted himself to have, that deep, wordless animal certainty that had hauled him out of a grey Nottingham morning and pointed him at a garden where a child was eating dry bread in a side passage. The wolf knowing before he did. The wolf always knowing. This one. He stood on the corner of Euston Road on a Tuesday morning in September and felt the pack bond, warm and extended, reaching north along the train lines. Felt Sirius ahead of him, loud and present. Felt Kara beside him, contained and steady. Felt Harry, out there on the train, who was probably already in a conversation, drawing someone else in with those green eyes and that straight attention and the quality he had of making people feel genuinely seen, the first thread of a larger web beginning to spin. He felt all of it. Pack, the wolf said, in the deep place where it lived. Pack. Here. Right. Come on, Kara said beside him. Yes, Remus said. He walked. Toward the breakfast and the train and the York house and the work that wasn't finished, would never be finished, because it was the good kind of work, the ongoing kind, the kind you signed up for permanently and without regret. Toward the letters that would come on Sunday. Toward Christmas, and the barrier, and a boy coming home. Toward all of it. The wolf was content. The man was smiling.